Give me a thumbs up. So we'll start.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? It's time for the final countdown. The show starts 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
76 years ago, today, UNICEF was established. Since December 11, 2003, we have been celebrating International Mountain Day worldwide to spread the awareness about mountains. Another notable event will be happening today. Instead of taking a nap after a heavy weekend lunch, 62 members of the audiences are energetically and enthusiastically sitting in front of their devices. A warm welcome to all Toastmasters and guests to the Division B Interclub Debate Contest for the year 2020. I am thrilled to be a part of this online contest. It is not the will to win that matters. Everyone has that. It is the will to prepare to win matters, said the famous footballer and coach Bear Bryant. I would like to congratulate all the competitors and wishing them best of luck. I would like to begin by stating the Toastmaster International mission. We empower individuals to become effective communicators and leaders. Some golden rules to be respected during this online contest. Number one, all attendees are requested to keep all noise-making devices, including your partners, on mute. All debaters and role players, if you have kept any mail or any social media on your browser, you are requested to keep them mute so that to avoid ringing or any other form of notification sounds. Speakers are requested to refrain from talking on the three topics: sex, politics, and religion, which are a taboo in this region. All attendees must mute their audio and keep their videos off at all times unless instructed otherwise by the moderators. The chat function will be closed until the contest is over for a successful contest. But you can generously use the reaction button to show your appreciation. During the debates, all the 6 contestants, 2 timers, and the moderators are requested to keep their videos on until the debate segment is over. If you have any connectivity issues, please WhatsApp message to any of the Sergeant at Arms or the Zoom team. And a very important notice, this online contest meeting is being recorded, and I will give you a few seconds to read the disclaimer. Best wishes to everyone. Now, I would like to hand over the screen to a very important person who's our boss. He's an active Toastmaster since 2015. His home club is Dubai Silicon Oasis Toastmasters. And he's also a member of Tejas Toastmasters. He has been and still is an exemplary leader by taking various leadership roles like Vice President, Public Relation, Area Director, Division Ambassador for DTech 2020, and now a Division Director. We always look up to him for literally everything. With a thunderous round of virtual applause, let's welcome the tall, kind, and ever-friendly Division B Director, Toastmaster Harish Krishnan.
Thank you, Ajita, for a wonderful essay speech. and for the quick brief on the rules of the contest, and for introducing me as well. Thanks a lot. Very good afternoon to one and all present out here again on a Friday afternoon to find the best debate team from Division B. With the power vested me as Division B director, I formally declare the Division B debate contest finale, the final countdown open. Today, we have our 8 strong teams who will be engaging in verbal discourse in a very controlled environment. As you know, Division B will not take any chances. Like the qualifiers round, our contest chair who commands high contacts have someone for additional fire engines from neighboring Emirates, just in case the scene turns smoky. We have with us few dignitaries, and I would like to acknowledge their presence today. We have with us today District 105 Director DTM Nelson Meneses with us. Thank you, sir, for joining us. We are also expecting District 105 Club Growth Director. I'm not able to see that, but let me also welcome her if she is in this crowd. DTM Rania Abulrab. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure if you're not around now, you'll join soon. Now, our contest chair for this Division B debate contest, who is also Division B's Assistant Director Club Growth, and it's none other than DTM Divya Raj. I take this opportunity to thank DTM Divya for the meticulous planning and back-end work she has been doing for the past 1 week. Thank you, Divya. Since the debate is segmented in 2 parts, first part will have quarterfinals comprising of 8 debates, and second part with semi and finals. Likewise, our program and all our role plays are segmented accordingly. To add value to the audience, we have 2 renowned keynote speakers who have agreed to deliver speeches on topics they are passionate about, and they are DTM Muhammad Isa and DTM Sadiqa Kebi. We have 2 chief judges. We have ace trainer who have held several positions in TM fraternity. DTM Ganesh Raman as chief judge for the first session. For the second segment, we have our District 105 PQD, DTM Gurbinder Pun as chief judge. Now going to the MCs, we have Toastmaster Shanil Palil and Toastmaster Pooja Baburaj as MCs. For Zoom, we have with us Toastmaster Rohit, Toastmaster Sharon, and Toastmaster Ajita. Now going to the timers, we have Toastmaster Debjani Ghosh and Toastmaster Anuradha Kamath. And for tally counters, our sergeant at arms, we have Toastmaster Najla and Toastmaster Rauf. And for tally counters, we have Toastmaster Rahul Ajit, Toastmaster Lavanya Lakshman, and Toastmaster Shamli Potluri. To take this contest forward, I would like to call upon our MC for the first segment, who is a Toastmaster since a decade, served the fraternity in various positions from club to division. He was also runners-up in Division B-ICDC 2019 from Leeds Toastmaster Club, an entrepreneur who loves anchoring, who have acted in several short films, occasional newsreader, and a social worker by passion. And he is also president of Leeds Toastmaster Club under Division B. Yes, please join me welcoming Toastmaster Shanil Palil on the screen.
Thank you, Division Director Toastmaster Harish Krishnan. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I was even started clapping for myself. You exactly mentioned what I told you to mention today, except one thing. You missed one thing. I'm still single, ready to mingle. Jokes apart, now it's already started debating. Divya already sent some questions. Sharil, is that you? Really? Come on, just jokes apart. Welcome to one and all to the final countdown of Division B ICDC 2020-2021. Before going forward, let me ask you one question. How many of you had biryani today? Lots of hands up in there. Come on. Obviously, after having a biryani, that too in this cold weather, we have a tendency to go for a nap. Even if you don't have the biryani, like me, because I just remembered you the word biryani. You will be in that magical word and forget rest of the things. So coming back to this, our show, I would request everyone to do one activity. Just sit straight. Sit straight means your backbone should be straight, your head should be straight. Thank you. Now inhale deeply. Just hold on for a second and exhale very slowly. Once again, inhale deeply. Hold it. Exhale very slowly. Final time. One more time. Inhale. Exhale. Exhale. End of your exhalation. Please keep a smile on your face. Come back to normal breathing. It's not over. I know it's a virtual platform. We are not able to applaud very hard. But today, let us practice before the contest. At the count of 3, I request everyone to clap harder. 1, 2, and 3. Come on, let's clap. Let's clap. Don't worry. Please clap until your palm become red. There are 32 more pressure points in your palms. While you're clapping, that will activate the pressure points, that will increase the blood circulation. Once your blood circulation is improved, the digestion capacity is more, less chances for formation of acidity. If there is no acidity, there is no diseases. Again, a debate topic. So leave that as also as apart. Let us coming to this business. Last 27th, we had our prelims and 8 brilliant teams have forwarded to these quarterfinals right now. So as our this division director already mentioned, there are 8 teams in the quarterfinals. Quarterfinal 1, Aster versus Burj. Quarterfinal 2, NIMS versus Tejas. Quarterfinal 3, Dubai Silicon Oasis versus Dubai Oasis. Quarterfinal 4, Dubai versus Dubai Legends. These are the 8 teams and 4 quarterfinals. For moving forward, we have some very important role players. That is our moderator. First moderator is division district, division B area 23 assistant area director PQD, Toastmaster Sriram Shrithar, and rest of all these 3 Toastmasters, Toastmaster Muniba Ali, DTM Shanmuga Sundaram, and Toastmaster Pragnya. These all 3 Toastmasters are area directors, area 21, 22, and 23 respectively. That is the common factor of these Toastmasters moderators. Now coming back to other role players, our DD already mentioned. Then again, let me mention our timer, very important role players. Toastmaster Anuradha, Toastmaster Debjani Ghosh, our Zoom master. Obviously, we have the master in the region in action, Toastmaster Sharon, Toastmaster Rohit, and Toastmaster Ajita. Sergeant at Arm, Toastmaster Rauf, and Toastmaster Najila. And here comes a very important person, our ICDC chair, one and only DTM Divya Raj. Now give a big round of applause to all these role players. Let us start our first quarterfinals. Before that, as I already mentioned, when the contest getting tougher and harder, we had a very important person to be the chief judge. Most intelligent, most independent, most intellectual person in town. None other than DTM Ganesh Raman. Give him a big round of applause too. So let's once again, let me welcome to you all to the final countdown, the first quarterfinal contest, debate contest. To run this contest, who are the teams, who are their speaking orders? We have a Toastmaster. He is 1.5-year-old baby in Toastmastering, but a regional manager by profession in one of the famous air-conditioned firm that is in UAE. He is current VP Education of DSO Toastmasters Club and Assistant Director PQD for Area 23. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Toastmaster Sriram Sridhar.
Thank you, Toastmaster Chanel. That was a bucketful biryani introduction. Now, without much delay, let me jump directly into the debate rules. Each debate comprises of two teams, the proposition team and the opposition team. Each debate will comprise of the opening, rebuttal, and closing speakers. The opening and rebuttal speakers have a maximum speaking time of 3 minutes, while the closing speaker has a time limit of 2 minutes. All the speakers will get 10 seconds grace period. Timers will mute the speaker at the end of the grace period. All three members of the debate team should come on screen within 2 minutes of their names being called by the moderator. They should remain visible during the full course of the respective debates. There'll be a 45-second silence for judges to mark the ballot after every speaker, and a minimum 3-minute silence at the end of the debate for the judges and tally counters to collect and tally the final scores. Timing will be indicated using the TMI branded virtual backgrounds by the contest timers. We have two timers, the primary timer, timer 1, and the backup timer, timer 2. Timer 2 will remain inactive and come into play only if timer 1 experiences technical difficulties. The timer will aid the opening and rebuttal speakers by displaying green at 2 minutes 30 seconds, yellow at 2 minutes 40 seconds, and red at 3 minutes. For the closing speakers, green will be displayed at 1 minute 30 seconds, yellow at 1 minute 40 seconds, and red at 2 minutes. During the debate, only the moderator, the 6 contestants, and the 2 timers will have their videos on Spotlight. Everyone else is requested to keep their videos switched off. All audience members should be on mute unless invited to speak. Audiovisual check will be done by the moderator during the debate by requesting the contestant to speak the test sentence, "I love Division B." The contestant will be clear to speak once the moderator confirms the audiovisual. In case of any disconnections, a maximum of 1 minute grace period will be given for the contestant to join back and resume his or her speech from where they left. In case the contestant is unable to return within the allotted time of 1 minute, the backup speaker will have to speak on behalf of the speaker facing technical glitch, and only the remaining time will be provided to the backup speaker. A protest can be raised only by the contestants or the voting judges, and it must be lodged before the results of that round is announced. Protests can be raised only on the grounds of eligibility or personal accusation, attack, abusive language, or discriminatory remarks. In all the rounds, the chief judge's decision is final and no protest can be lodged once the result is announced. Now, let us begin the debate on hand between Astor's Toastmasters Club and Birch Toastmasters Club. The topic of the debate is technology is making us less humane. I repeat, technology is making us less humane. Let me introduce the two teams. Zoom Master, can I have only the teams on screen, please? Thank you. The proposition team for Astor's Toastmasters Club. Opening speaker, Toastmaster Hazel Khan. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Sarah Ilyas. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Celine Jacob. The opposition team from Butch Toastmasters Club. Opening speaker, Toastmaster Milan Biru. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Prashant Trikanad. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Janavi Doshi. All right then, let us commence. Are the Zoom team ready? Tumdim, can we have a go ahead from you?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Are the timers ready? Thank you.
Yes.
Are the contestants ready? Great, thank you. Are the audience ready? Yes, of course. Chief Judge, DTM Ganesh Raman.
You may proceed.
Chief Judge DTM Ganesh Raman, do we have your permission to proceed?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chief Judge. I would like to call the opening speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Hazel Khan. Please unmute.
Hi,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Toastmaster Hazel Khan, please state the test sentence. I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Hazel Khan.
People who smile while they are alone used to be called insane until we invented smartphones and social media. This was said by Moko Koma. Good afternoon, respected judges, worthy opponents, and dear guests. Today, I am speaking for the motion, technology is making us less human. Today's world is crammed with technology. Almost every family owns gadgets like a computer, a laptop, a smartphone, a tablet, television, etc. All these makes our life easier. Originally created to serve faithfully to humanity, technology and digital devices have now begun to reveal their ugly faces. Excessive use of technology result in poor social skills. Kids chat in Messenger rather than call on elders or meet up a friend in person. On the face of it, technology appears to create global networking, bringing people together. But in fact, this replaces real life communication and ends in social isolation. Moreover, strong social bonds are replaced with a number of shallow friends in social networks. We have got into the habit of living in our own world and staring at the device screen even when surrounded by people. A recent research at University of Michigan has shown that screen time is negatively associated with social skill development in toddlers. Specifically, the more time they spend with devices, the more their social development suffers in the area of relating and interacting with others. Levels of disruptive social behaviors, such as being bossy or bullying, increases more with screen time activity. The concerns about social disconnection extend to older children and teens as well. With overuse of screen time, there is a decrease in positive family interaction that occurs. Studies have proved that increased use of devices leads to reduced quality time among family members. Have you thought, because of technology, games like cricket, football, tennis, and snooker are played on screen instead of being played on a real table without any real human interaction? Tesla and SpaceX founder Elon Musk issued a friendly warning. He said, "Mark my words, AI is far more dangerous than nukes." A year prior, the late physicist Stephen Hawking was similarly forthright when he told an audience in Portugal that AI's impact could be catastrophic. AI is now screening job candidates, diagnosing disease, and identifying criminal suspects. But instead of making these decisions more efficient or fair, it's often perpetuating the biases of humans on which decision is ruined. Yes, technology is making us less human. A time would come when humans will become machine if we are yet not a machine. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Hazel Khan. We'll have 45 seconds silence for the judges to mark the ballots. Cue timer. Now, I would like to call the opening speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Milan Biru.
Hi,
Toastmaster Milan, please state the test sentence, I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Milan.
Good afternoon, members of the House. The motion on the floor is technology is making us less humane, and my team and I firmly stand against this motion. As per Merriam-Webster dictionary, the word technology means the use of science to invent useful things or to solve problems. The word humane is defined as to be kind and considerate to people or animals. Humans learn to be humane and they are not born with the characteristic. A large portion of learning for us happens with our interactions at home and schools, where most of the children spend their time. As per the World Economic Forum, due to the pandemic, over 1.2 billion children are out of classrooms from 186 countries, where children were forced to stay at home and stop interactions with their classmates. Most of the schools have adopted various video conferencing tech to ensure that children continue to learn and interact with their peers, which shaped them to be better human beings. The year 2020 has been a testing year for most of us. It has been a year where we have been asked to keep away from other human beings to be safe from COVID-19. Does this stop us humans from celebrating milestones? The solution was brought to us by many tech companies, and especially the one we are using right now, Zoom, where humans all around the world use it not only for education and work, but also to continue to celebrate birthdays, anniversaries, and baby showers sitting miles apart. As per Zoom.us, the number of Zoom meetings daily users have grown from 10 million to 300 million since December 2019. Zoom and other video conferencing applications has connected millions of people around the world safely through this pandemic, if not physically, at least virtually. Virtual reality is a new way of experiencing simulated situations. Did you know virtual reality can encourage empathic behavior? As per Stanford News, Stanford developed virtual reality experience called Becoming Homeless and is helping expand this research on how this new immersive technology affects people's level of empathy. According to Stanford research, people who saw in virtual reality, also known as VR, what it would be like to lose jobs or their homes, developed a longer lasting compassion towards the homeless compared to those who explored other media versions of the VR scenario like text. Hashtag clap because we care was one hashtag used during the lockdown, where majority of the citizens in each nation came to the balconies to clap for the frontline workers, communicated through social media only. Experience are what defines us as humans, not technology that we create. If opposition wants to blame anyone that humans are lacking compassion, then blame humans themselves. Hence, having shared enough evidences, which should have surely convinced the honorable audience, we urge the House to support our team in rejecting the motion that technology is making us less humane.
Thank you, Toastmaster Milan. Now we'll have 45 seconds silence for the judges to mark ballots. Thank you, timer. Now, I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Prashant Trikanar. Debater, state the test sentence, I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Prashant Trikanad.
Good afternoon, fellow members in the House. The motion on the floor is technology is making us less humane, and our young team firmly stands against the motion. With utmost respect to my benevolent opponent, hearing your pitch was like a house of cards built without a foundation. Reason being, your hypothetical arguments are obsolete and just a lip service. Possibly, baby boomer generation would have accepted it. Wake up and smell the coffee. We are now in the age of the sentinels. And honestly, they'll have a good laugh at such outdated propositions. Let me delve straight into countering your arguments. My compassionate opponent, why go far away? Let's look at the medical industry where technological is an integral part. You spoke about gadgets, mobiles, tablets, and so many other things. But you forgot that technology in the medical fraternity is completely transforming our lives. Technological innovations like ventilators, portable oxygen machines are phenomenal in the medical field, helping doctors save many, many lives. Does this in any way make the doctors less humane? And who better to agree than my opponent team from the medical fraternity? Also recently, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, the son of the father of the nation, himself used technology to reach out the families of the deceased frontline workers and gave us assurance to consider him as their brother. Does this not show that simple technology helps one reach out to millions of people and fulfill human cause? You've mentioned about youth being obsessed with technology. My dear kind-hearted opponent, it's choice of every individual if to get hooked to your gadgets or spend time having an organic dialogue with your near and dear ones instead of tom-tomming that technology is making us less humane. I'm sure you will agree that moderation is the key. Being parents, there is a term which we all well know, parental control. And this has to start from the foundational years. We cannot just be blaming technology for trivial things. Human connection, depending on technology, is not a bad thing at all. And as my opening speaker said, he has already explained about how we can benefit. Empirical data, whatever you shared was all irrelevant. You spoke about some Michigan statistics. Just for your information, the US population is just 4.25%, which is a minuscule of the world population. I'm sure you will agree that after living in a cosmopolitan country like UAE, this is a world beyond. There is a world beyond USA. Our team firmly believes that collectively, technology has made us smarter, more capable, and most importantly, emphatic. My dear warm-hearted opponent, do I need to prove anything more? Hence, we urge the House to accept our stand against the motion on the floor that technology is making us less humane. Over to you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Prashant Trikanad. Now we will have 45 seconds silence for the judges to mark the ballots. Thank you, timer. Now, I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Sarah Ilyas. Debater, please state the test sentence. I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Can you please repeat the sentence again? I love
I,
Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Sarah Ilyas.
Good afternoon, honorable judges. our fellow Toastmasters, guests, and our worthy opponent team. I start my rebuttal by quoting two instances which the as opening speaker of the opponent team has mentioned. The claim number one that my opponent team opening speaker made that humans are not born with characteristics of compassion and empathy. My question to my worthy opponent team is, if human beings are not born with this characteristic, is technology teaching them this characteristic? And the answer is no. The human characteristics and traits of learning how to be compassionate, how to learn to be empathetic, is learned from the society and more so from your good parenting, where technology is creating a gap now. Is technology teaching us how to be thoughtful? Is technology teaching us how to memorize and analyze things? Is technology helping us to be cognitively more efficient? The answer is no. Is technology helping us to gain the traits of good mannerism, gain the traits of good demeanor, gain the traits of good body language, and hence gain the traits of achieving a good ability of morality and ability to decide between the right and wrong? The answer is no. Human nature is born with a lot of natural human instincts. And don't mind me saying this, that technology is counterintuitive to those human characteristics. Point number two that I would like to rebuttal is where you brought the current scenario of pandemic. I agree that technology is helping us in diagnosing and keeping a tracer on the pandemic scenario worldwide. But my question to my worthy opponent team is technology treating the disease? The answer again is no. Till date, coming from a healthcare background, treatment of patients and people who are affected by this disease is done by hands on the pulse. Hence, technology is not taking over the human touch and is in fact limiting even the healthcare sector for gaining that interpersonal touch with treating the patients. I conclude my debate by stating many things this technology has brought across, such as online matrimonials. But the statistics you can go back and check has proven that online matrimonials are less effective and are resulting in more unsuccessful marriages. Hence, I rest my rebuttal by stating and strongly, along with my team, supporting the motion that yes, technology is making us less human. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Sarah. Now we'll have 45 seconds silence for the judges to mark the ballots. Thank you, Timer. Now, I would like to call the closing speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Jahnavi Doshi. Can you please unmute yourself? Thank you. Debater, please say the test sentence. I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Jahnavi Doshi.
Technology is not just a tool, it has become a widespread phenomenon. In the current situation, notably, technology is the only thing putting smiles to our faces, connecting us, and making a good day great. Good afternoon, members of the House. Our team firmly stands against the motion technology is making us less humane. Over the last 15 minutes, our team has successfully presented well-researched points. My opening speaker stated that the advent of technology has helped connect 1.2 billion students to their peers and teachers virtually despite the pandemic, ensuring they get their education essential to make them more empathetic, kinder human beings. Despite COVID-19 limiting us to the walls of our home, Technology has allowed over 300 million people to be with those they care about, to celebrate important occasions, which makes them feel loved and puts a smile to their faces. Virtual reality, the ultimate empathy machine, is a technology proven by Stanford University to enhance compassionate actions by letting the people truly experience a difficult situation like homelessness. This cost and time saving tool has also allowed people to feel more valued, provide support and assurance that someone is always there for them through social media. My rebuttal speaker also proved that there is no validity to the points raised by the opposition. In the medical industry, gadgets are helping doctors save millions of lives. This does not make doctors less humane. It is up to the individual to decide how much technology to use. Technology has helped connect people who have lost touch, allowed them to be in contact with each other. Technology has instilled a sense of compassion in us like never before. Hence, I would like to request the House to reject the motion. Technology is making us less humane. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Janavi. Now we will have 45 seconds silence for the judges to mark the ballots. Thank you, timer. Now, I invite the closing speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Celine Jacob. Debater, please state the test sentence, I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Celine Jacob.
Good afternoon, fellow Toastmasters and honorable judges. I'm here with my team to stand with the notion that yes, technology is making us less human. Just like my team conveyed very clearly, kids chat on Messenger and digital platform these days rather than meeting up with person. This has created more number of social shallow friends rather than deep meaningful relationship. Michigan University has also proved that being bossy, being bully, and negative behaviors also increases with screen time. Increased screen time can also lead to a scenario where families are more attached to the screen times and are more detached to the family interactions. Who better than Stephen Hawking can be the right person to talk about artificial intelligence? He very clearly said that artificial intelligence can be catastrophic if not equally and controlled manageably. Just like my rebuttal speaker said, technology has never invaded the human interactions in medical technology. Technology has only helped us do it better. Technology can never replace the human touch that we had and will never be able to do that. Hence, I believe and our team firmly believes that technology can only increase your intelligence. But if you ask technology how to do it, it will not help you. You have to figure it out yourselves. Your brain will tell you how to increase your intelligence rather than the technology. So I firmly stand with the notion, and my team also firmly stand with the notion that yes, technology is making us less human. So I request the House to accept a notion that technology is making us less human. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster. Now, we will have 3 minutes silence for the judges to mark the final ballots and hand over the results to the Chief Judge. The certificates presented on the screen will be sent to the contestants in the next 48 hours. Thank you, timer. That concludes our quarterfinal number 1. A big round of applause to all the participants. MC, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Toastmaster Sriram. Let's give a big round of applause to our first moderator, Toastmaster Sriram Sridhar. Wonderful job done. After this technological war, let us move to the second quarterfinal. To conduct this contact, we have a wonderful Toastmaster along with us. A general physician by profession and a Toastmaster by passion. A Toastmaster since 2017. She belongs to Dubai Oasis Toastmasters Club. A homemaker, a doctor, and a dedicated Toastmaster. Her daily inspiration is the gratitude of her patients and the unconditional love of her children. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our second moderator, Toastmaster Muniba S. Ali, our Area 21 Director.
Thank you. Thank you, Toastmaster Shanil, for that lovely intro. A little spark kindles a great fire. You have absolutely done that to me. Welcome one and all to the second debate of quarterfinals of Division B Interclub Debate Contest 2020. The debate rules of the previous rounds will be applicable to this round as well. Still, let me brief some important rules. All 3 members of the debate team should come on screen within 2 minutes of their names being called by the moderator. They should remain visible during the full course of their respective debates. We have 2 timers, the primary timer, timer 1, and the backup timer, timer 2. Timer 2 will remain inactive and come into play only if timer 1 experiences technical glitches. The timer will aid the opening and rebuttal speakers by displaying green at 2 minutes 30 seconds, yellow at 2 minutes 40 seconds, and red at 3 minutes for the opening and rebuttal speakers. For the closing speakers, green will be shown at 1 minute 30 seconds, yellow at 1 minute 40 seconds, and red at 2 minutes. In case of any disconnections, a maximum of 1 minute grace period will be given for the contestant to join back and resume his or her speech from where they left. In case the contestant is unable to return within the allotted time of 1 minute, the backup speaker will have to speak on behalf of the speaker, and only the remaining time will be provided to the backup speaker. A protest can be raised only by the contestants or the voting judges, and it must be lodged before the results of that round is announced. In all rounds, the chief judge's decision is final and no protest can be lodged once the results is announced. Let me sing you a poetry. The coal in my eyes doesn't hide my ears, nor the gray in my hair or the scar my tummy bear. Hardly has it lasted more than a day. If not the tears, time washes it away. Still, why don't I back away from smearing my eyes black today? Beautiful or not, it gets noticed a lot by someone very dear, which means a lot. As said by William Jones, the deepest craving for human nature is to be appreciated. And our Division B director's favorite quote says, a person who feels appreciated will always do more than expected. And the best platform where you find appreciation in abundance is truly Toastmasters. And I'm always proud that I belong here with a bunch of lovely people right now. And now let us begin the debate on hand between NIMS Toastmaster Club and Tejas Toastmaster Club. The topic of the debate is people should be legally required to get vaccines. I repeat, people should be legally required to get vaccines. Let me introduce the two teams. The four team from NIMS Toastmaster Club. Opening speaker, Toastmaster Devi Maheshwaran. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Masuma Wafa. And closing speaker, Toastmaster Reshma Faisal. The against team from Tejas Toastmaster Club. Opening speaker, Toastmaster Anup Anil Devan. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Hariharan Sahasranam. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Biju G. Nair. Can I have all the 6 contestants and the 2 timers on the spotlight, please?
Done, Dr. Muniba.
Are the Zoom team ready?
Yes.
Are the timers ready? Are the contestants ready? Are the audience ready? Chief Judge DTM Ganesh Raman, do we have the permission to proceed?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Now I would like to call the opening speaker from the 4 team, Toastmaster Devi Maheshwari. Debater, please state the test sentence. I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Devi Maheshwari.
Don't let the noise of others' opinion drown your inner voice. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, my sedulous team members, and my worthy opponents. Here, I stand for the motion people should be legally required to get vaccines. How many of you have been infected with smallpox? Thought so. Have you noticed the huge mark on your upper arm? That is the vaccine that prevented you from getting the disease. Still, vaccine should not be mandatory. Vaccines prevent you from getting sick with the disease in the first place. According to the Immunized British Columbia, vaccines are products that protect people against many diseases that can be very dangerous and even deadly. According to the research by UNICEF, many people would have died of smallpox today had scientists not developed the vaccines. Reasonable estimates are the range of today 5 million lives per year, which implies that since 1980, around 150 to 200 million lives have been saved. Governments formulate the health policies and regulations more broadly and are concerned with the national interest. Federal, state, and territory governments are concerned about the replication of low vaccine rates in certain areas and the potential disease outbreaks, says the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners in the year of 2015. Earlier this year, the WHO named hesitancy to vaccinate as one of the 10 gravest threats to global health. In 2015, the World Health Organization declared that UK had eradicated the infectious viral disease, rubella. You know, one child dies every 20 seconds from vaccine-preventable diseases, according to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Parents sometimes refuse to take vaccination for their children. Parents want to do their best for their child and they believe they are making the right choice. However, many parents have been lulled into the state of false complacency when vaccination rates decline. We see a resurgence of infectious diseases, says the Meningitis Research Foundation. That's why some countries are choosing to make vaccination mandatory. The single best protection we have is to vaccinate as many as people as we can to build an immunological border, said by Royal Pharmaceutical Society publication. It should be considered a legal offense if people refuse to vaccinate. With all these strong evidences with our team, I hereby stand for the motion that people should be legally required to get a vaccine. Thank you, and over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster Devi Maheshwari. Now we will have 45 seconds of silence for judges to mark their ballots. Now, I would like to call the opening speaker from the against team, Toastmaster Anup Anil Devan. Debater, please state the test sentence. I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Anup Anil Devan.
Respected judges and members of the House, a very good afternoon. We oppose the motion. People should be legally required to get vaccines, and with reasons, data, irrefutable and substantiated arguments. The topic presupposes vaccines are infallible, a cure-all, a panacea, universally available and can be administered to all. This is incorrect and a misconceived notion. Babies, old and terminally ill patients, those with chronic and allergic complaints, with comorbidity, all cannot have vaccines. Pregnant women cannot have vaccine. So a large percentage, much closer to half of us on this beautiful planet, cannot be legally required to get vaccines. Evidence for this, please see World Health Line report, June 20th, 2018, and CDC, Center for Disease Control and Prevention update report dated August 2020. Are all vaccines safe forever? Many have been cancelled or discontinued. There were vaccines for every alphabet of English language: Axelimmune, Biorab, Certiva, Heptavax, Purivax, Tripedia, all are discontinued vaccines. Both WHO and CDC updates the master list in their Pink Book publication. For this reason too, the motion should definitely be opposed today. Vaccines are pharmacological and biological business. Data is right in front of our eyes. COVID-19 vaccine is developed by no joint action or cooperative efforts. It's being competitively developed, a Chinese one, a British one, an European one, and maybe an Indian and an American one too, all with profit motive, each with different success ratios. What humans cannot jointly produce must not be made legally required to get for the entire human race. Legally required to get vaccines. This word legally is the most difficult, confusing, convoluted concept. Can we get all legally required to get a particular treatment, say surgery or radiation? What is the result of various other legally required to get fiats? Blind and unreasonable orders don't produce results. There is always a risk-reward analysis. Yes, risk-reward analysis. The module 4 on vaccine safety and efficacy by WHO confirms vaccines are subject to this analysis. No need to be legally required to get vaccines at all. Now, let me conclude by quoting Dr. Kate O'Brien, the head of preventive medicine of WHO and the topmost expert in infectious diseases, epidemiology, and renowned vaccinologist, said just 4 days ago, and I quote, "It is wrong to impose vaccines, should make people understand and accept, and the final decision must be that of the people at large." Such relevant words in support of our team to oppose this motion along with you all. Thank you so much. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster Anupanil Devan. Now we will have 45 seconds silence for judges to mark their ballots. Now, I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from the against team, Toastmaster Hariharan Sahasranam. Debater, state the test sentence, "I love Division B."
Good afternoon, moderator. I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Hariharan Sahasranam.
Thank you. Respected judges and the members of this august house, I am here to rebut the points raised, the arguments put forward by the opening speaker of our opponent team. We need to be really clear about what the debate topic is today. People should be legally required to get vaccines. And I think that if we start looking at the definition of people, the definition of legally, the definition of vaccines, I think we don't get what exactly the subject of the day is today. And I believe our worthy opponent has fallen into that trap. There is a saying which says, if you go around and see and count the number of trees and come out, you never get to see the forest. So we heard a lot about vaccines. We heard about what would have happened on the smallpox if we didn't have that small mark here. And then we heard a wonderful number of 5 million people to 200 million people without substantiating data, documents, or anything. And then comes the funniest, easiest to refute statement saying the federal, state, and governments are obliged to do this. So it appears that there is such a form of government all over the world. Unfortunately, even in this country where we live, we don't have such a form of government. There are sheikdoms, there are kingdoms, there are monarchies, there are democracies, there are democracy with constitutional monarchy and so on. It has nothing to do with the form of the government. We need to really clearly to say what exact arguments were put forward. And I think we failed to find out exactly how it is substantiated. People are legally required to get vaccines. A lot of quotations and names of the books were said. We had an American publication, a Royal Society publication, and an Australian journal, but we never heard the year of publication, the author, or even some reference which can be easily verified. So I would request this honest house and the judges to please do not take it into hand. And then comes the most misinforming statement. WHO said everybody must be vaccinated. No, just 4 days ago, Dr. Kate O'Brien, who is the head of vaccination and a great vaccinologist, said it must not be so. It must be for the people to understand, accept, and the choice must be at theirs. I am sorry. We need to agree half information is misleading information and is away from the topic. I believe there was nothing to really rebut, but I believe we have taken all those points to have rebutted here, and we need to clearly see statements, feelings doesn't make arguments, they are just mere statements. And there is no need and there is no way that this statement today, people are legally required to vaccines, can be justified and stand upon. I submit this honest house, reject the motion.
Thank you, Toastmaster. Now we will have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark the ballots. Thank you. Now I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from the against team, Toastmaster Masuma Wafa. Debater, please state the test sentence, I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Masuma Wafa.
Good afternoon, respected judges, dignitaries, guests, and fellow Toastmasters. I am here to disprove the speech of my worthy opponent who stands against the topic, people should be legally required to get vaccines. In his speech, the speaker mentioned a few points to support his statement, which I would like to bring into light. The speaker mentioned that vaccine being cure all is a myth. Thank you for proving our point. It is a myth. Vaccine is not a cure all. As my opening speaker stated, by definition, vaccine is used to avoid the disease, since prevention is better than cure. He also said that vaccines are not safe. No scientific evidence or survey was provided to prove this statement. He further stated that they are all done for business. As the first point stated by my opening speaker, the example of smallpox, was it really for business? Aren't we all healthy and safe? We were not infected by the diseases. Whereas my opening speaker, Devi, has brought fact claims backed by wide range of sources and studies conducted by professionals. The points I mentioned above make it evident that my opponent speaker's argument is weak. To make my stand more compelling and to discredit my opponent's speech, I would like to add a point here. WHO studied the global number of deaths per year of children younger than 5 years from 1990 to 2017. These deaths were wholly or partially preventable by vaccines. The research shows the reduction in child deaths over this 25-year period were primarily achieved by a reduction of number of deaths from vaccine preventable diseases. The decline in causes which are not vaccine preventable has been modest. While the number of child deaths caused by diseases for which vaccines are available declined from 5.1 million deaths in 1990 to 1.8 million deaths 27 years later. Having experienced a pandemic this year, we all know what having no vaccine does to us. So, with reference to all the above evidence, in order to live in a safe world, I unquestionably stand for the motion that people should be legally required to get vaccines. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster Masuma Wafa. Now we will have 45 seconds silence for the judges to mark the ballots. Thank you. Now I would like to call the closing speaker from the against team, Toastmaster Biju G. Nair. Debater, please state the test sentence, I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Biju G. Nair.
A super good afternoon to all. People should be legally required to get vaccines, and we as a team strongly oppose the motion. My team has detailed with conviction, data, irrefutable and substantiated arguments why the entire House should reject this motion. Let me summarize and reiterate these points. The four crucial and important arguments stated by my opening speaker were: 1, the incorrect and the preconceived notion that the vaccines are infallible, a panacea, and a remedy to all does not stand, as vaccines cannot be given to many strata of humankind. Quote, World Health Organization report June 20, 2018, and the CDC report dated August 2020. The next point, all vaccines are not safe and many vaccines have been cancelled and discontinued. Both WHO and the CDC updates highlights this. Third most important point, the business and profit motive behind the vaccines. COVID-19 vaccine war is a proof. A pandemic which has infected almost the entire mankind. If human cannot jointly produce, then it must not be made legally for human race. And the fourth most important point, the point made on legality. The legality is an incisive and requires a serious application of mind. The term legally is most confusing, convoluted concept, especially in the case of vaccination. Blind and unreasonable orders do not produce results. It must be subjected to risk-reward analysis. My reputed speaker discredited the strenuous, lacunae-ridden points which was put forward by the opponents. The subject by itself was not fully understood and hence clarity was lacking in the arguments. The supporting materials did not have any dates or any year. The WHO code mentioned was countered by the recent code by Dr. Kate O'Brien, who heads the WHO, and a half information will not fetch in right clarity. The conclusion is impeccable. Legalization is not the solution to vaccination. As Dr. Kate O'Brien said, it is wrong to impose vaccines. We should make people understand and accept the final decision must be with the people at large. There is nothing more to be said to request the House to reject the motion with a resounding no.
Thank you, Toastmaster Biju. Now we will have 45 seconds silence for the judges to mark the ballots. Thank you. Now I invite the closing speaker from the 4 team, Toastmaster Reshma Faisal. Debater, please state the test sentence, I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Reshma Faisal.
A very good afternoon to all the vaccinated people present here, including me. I, with my team, undoubtedly stand for the motion people should be legally required to get vaccines. What an irony for my worthy opponents to be trying to prove how such a motion should be thought elsewise, looking into the consideration the present pandemic situation. Well, my opening speaker statistically, evidently clarified the point of the motion. How important is the requirement of getting vaccinated? How many lives have been lost, and should we be ignorant enough to lose our future generation by standing against such a sensible motion? One child dies every 20 seconds from vaccine preventable disease. Really unfortunate. But since the invention and implementation of vaccines by 1980, fortunately, 150 to 200 million lives have been saved. Also, my opening speaker highlighted that not getting vaccinated is actually a legal offense. Our opening speaker's statements included facts and figures from UNICEF and WHO, further through wide range of sources, surveys, and studies conducted by professionals, which provide sufficient clarity for the motion. Vaccinate one, vaccinate a country by creating an immunological border. Whereas my rebuttal speaker nevertheless mentioned the trauma all experienced with the pandemic this year and what having no vaccine done to us all. Our confident rebuttal speaker put forth an inevitable point that number of child death caused by diseases for which vaccines are available declined from 5.1 million deaths in 1990 to 1.8 million deaths 27 years later. Also, she stated an eye-opener statement that vaccination is not a business. Well, touch your mark on your arm and say it from the heart. Isn't it a tradition, or can we say a necessity that has been passed from generations to us, or is it something that we should be ignorant of? Therefore, I, with my team, vigorously stand for the motion people should be legally required to get vaccines. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster Reshma. Now we will have 3 minutes silence for the judges to mark the final ballots and hand over the results to the Chief Judge. The certificates presented on the screen will be sent to the contestants within the next 48 hours. that concludes our quarterfinal second debate. A big round of applause to all the participants. And over to you, the smiling and sizzling shining star of Toastmasters, Toastmaster Shanil Palil.
Thank you, Toastmaster Mubina Ali. Let's give a big round of applause to our Toastmaster. Wonderful show. After this breathtaking argument about vaccination, let us move to the next quarterfinal, where we are having a daring leader with a caring soul. He's a Toastmaster since 2010. He is such a Toastmaster, having Toastmaster membership in almost all the GCC countries. A pharmaceutical professional, our Area 22 Director, a champion speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for distinguished Toastmaster Shanmuga Sundaram.
Thank you, MC, for that wonderful introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the quarterfinal debate number 3. Friends, frankly speaking, last 1 hour I was debating with myself whether I should use the virtual background or no. You see, the virtual background color on my shirt color was somewhat similar. At the end of 1 hour, I realized it is nothing to do with the color of my shirt or the virtual background. It is all about the low quality webcam I have in my system. Ladies and gentlemen, we are stepping into the most important, relevant, interesting, in fact, my favorite debate topic of this afternoon. To display the debate skills, we have lined up 2 wonderful teams. Before we start, I reconfirm the rules of the previous rounds will be applied to this round as well. So I am not spelling out all the rules. Now let's begin the debate on hand between the Dubai Silicon Oasis Toastmasters Club and Dubai Oasis Toastmasters Club. The topic of the debate is bookshops and libraries are no longer relevant. I repeat, bookshops and libraries are no longer relevant. Let me introduce the 2 teams. The proposition team from Dubai Silicon Oasis. Opening speaker, Toastmaster Mayur. A rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster A.B. Lakshmanan. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Rajendra. Standby speaker, Toastmaster Shweta Raval. The opposition team from Dubai Oasis Toastmasters Club. Opening speaker, Toastmaster Naeem. A rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Senab. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Shino Shan. Standby speaker, Toastmaster J. Chandran. All right, let's commence. Or the Zoom team is ready. Zoom team is ready.
Yes.
Can I have, yes, yeah. Is timers are ready? Timers, hope you are ready. All right. Are the contestants ready? Somehow I can't see them actually. Let me go to, yeah, that's fine. All right. May I have the Chief Judge's confirmation, DTM?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to invite the opening speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Mayur. How are you, sir?
I'm very good. Audible?
Right. Please state that test sentence. I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Good to go. You could be, I confirm that your audio and video are clear and perfect. Over to you, Toastmaster Mayur.
Let me take you to a nostalgic downward memory lane. I'm sure you must have used devices like this to listen to music, right? But we don't use this anymore. We use this and our favorite music app to listen to songs because those things and devices are not relevant anymore. Very good afternoon to everybody in the house. The motion on the floor is bookshops and libraries are no longer relevant. We affirmative teams are expressing our strong agreement to pass this motion. According to Cambridge Dictionary, a store that sells books is called bookshop, and the word library has been defined as a building, room, or organization that has a collection specially of books. Phrase no longer relevant means something that was relevant in past but has no relevance for current circumstances. To support the motion, we have 3 strong points supported by solid research data. Point number 1, the brick and mortar sales and library are getting closed and online is growing exponentially. When was the last time anybody in this group has actually visited a public library? Frickle Report 2020, a research exclusively on public library in USA, UK, and Australia, states in UK alone, the public library is now 70% less than what it was in 2000. Facts tell us a similar story for traditional bookstores as well. As per the data available in one of the largest market research websites, Statista, in October 2020, the physical bookstores in US has gone down by over 40%, wherein ebook sales are booming. 52% of US population now owns a ebook reader like Kindle, and this community is growing even at a faster pace globally. Point number 2, accessibility of book is much easier at online platform than bookstore or library. We live in an era of on-demand entertainment like Netflix, on-demand transport like Uber, on-demand fuel like Kafu. Has anybody thought about this? No, but it is a reality. Today, consumer requires 24/7 physical access of millions of books at a click of a button. Why should somebody be restricted by library or bookstore timing or distance from the house? The traditional library and bookstores are limited with storage space constraints. While popular ebook reader like Kindle is able to store 30,000 books when it is offline, online, it is limitless. Point number 3, going digital is need of the hour to provide sustainability to our future generation. An estimated 30 million trees were cut down in 2019 to produce textbook in USA alone, as per sustainability report by University of Michigan in 2020. In the age of iPad and Kindle, we no longer need to destroy world forests to print books. The waste associated with traditional book publishing industry does not need to continue. It's about your world, it's about our world, and the world we want to leave behind for our children. We need to acknowledge change is inevitable, and we need to all embrace it. The motion on the floor is bookshops and libraries are no longer relevant. We request each and every member of the house to vote for the motion. Thank you. Over to you, moderator.
Sorry. Thank you, Toastmaster Mayur. Now let's observe 45 seconds silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Now I would like to invite the opening speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Naeem. Debater, please state the next sentence. I love Division B.
I love Division B. Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I confirm that your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Naeem.
Carl Rowan said, the library is the temple of learning. and learning has liberated more people than all wars in history. Respected judges, contest chair, fellow Toastmasters, dear guests, a warm good afternoon to all. We, the DOT, stand firmly against the motion bookshops and libraries are no longer relevant. Throughout history, libraries have played a massive role in science, discoveries, and ideas. Great libraries like the Great Alexandria Library, the Imperial Library of Constantinople, and Library of Celsus formed the pillars for foundation for universities. Many scholars and assisted in great Renaissance and even the modern civilization onto the 1600s. The relevance of the current aspect of libraries and bookshops in our present communities is developing nations require genuine, validated information, and that is essential for their survival and prosperity. Libraries and institutions provide space and access for information, awareness, and also form the baseline for workshops, seminars, meetings, and author talks. An article from Data Portal 2019 states that 43% of world population do not have internet access. UNICEF this month sent an article saying that 2.2 billion people under the age of 25, of which 1 billion are under poverty line, have no internet access. Their only source for mass information is public libraries and affordable bookstores to access and learn. There is over 1.7 billion websites online. Information is not validated, and plenty of fake news and websites deviate intelligence and obscure facts, figures. On the contrary, trained librarians, they value and protect your privacy. They genuinely suggest good reads to you and guide and harness budding readers. Our society is drifting away from reading, from simply to viewing on screen, due to which students are losing creative and analytical abilities, not in the least damage to their eyes. Libraries and its extension, bookstores, are the need of the hour to include reading habits in children's and future generations. We live in a country which is technologically very advanced, yet it also hosts one of the largest book fairs in the world at Sharjah. In fact, on Wednesday, Sheikh Sultan inaugurated the new library, House of Wisdom, which houses more than 300,000 books. Dear Toastmasters, we need libraries and bookstores as an essential component for information, storehouses for facts, fiction, and history for our present communities and future generations. I would like to end with a quote from Albert Einstein. The only thing you absolutely need to know is the location of the library. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster 9. Now we'll have 45 seconds silence for the judges to mark the ballots. Thank you, timer. Now I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Senap. Debater, how are you, Toastmaster Senap?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
Would you please state the test sentence, I love Division B?
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Senap.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to everyone present here, and especially to my opposition team, who had a very difficult challenge of trying to defend a topic, which unfortunately, it was very sad that Toastmaster Mayur, he showed us a CD and a cassette, confusing it with a book. Books have been here for thousands of years. In fact, from the Chinese civilization to the Egyptian civilization, whatever we know about them is through the the paper and the books which we have left from them. So comparing them to something so new as a cassette and a CD is really irrelevant. So I felt really sad that you could not understand the topic completely there. And then you went on to say about the definition of a library, but unfortunately, you told only half the definition. You did not tell us about the other things, how libraries are places where we have people meeting each other. It's a safe haven for kids who are not able to access books in their homes, and how they're quiet areas for studying, and how they facilitate group study. And libraries are one of the best places in university schools, and even our public libraries in Dubai are one of the best places to study or learn a topic. And if you ask, when did you last visit a library? Well, I did. I always visit the library near my place, the Dubai Public Library. It's very fantastic, and I really recommend it to you and your team as well. So definitely libraries are very, very, very relevant today. And I think the second point you said was how we have on-demand entertainment and on-demand millions of books. You can download 30,000 books on your Kindle. Well, mister, can you please tell me how many did you read from those 30,000 books? Not even one or two, I guess, not even one or two completely. You can Google around for an answer and you will get 10,000 replies or maybe even 1 lakh replies. But a library is where you will get the right reply. So better to take a library's opinion than Mr. Google's. And you talk about how sustainability and how textbooks are harming our environment. But also, when we talk about a Kindle or an ebook, it also has a digital footprint. The lithium-ion batteries used in them, they have to be discarded, and they are also a harm to our environment. The lifespan of an e-reader is only 3 years, but that of a book, well, it can be reused and it can be recycled, and it can be passed on to other people as well. And that's the beauty of a library, where we collect the books and we give it to other people to use. And that's how we save the environment, not destroy it. So books definitely help in conservation of the environment. And then you went on to say about how it is great for the environment. But what about the eyes? What about the screen time on the eyes? You cannot read a book for a very, very long time. It can cause fatigue and eye sores. The excess pixels which we are exposed to all the time due to these e-readers can definitely affect the eye, not like a paper book. And even Kindle, I imagine, they try to make it feel like a paper book, because the feel you get when you read a paper book is completely different. So definitely bookstores and library have a place, and they are really, really required. If you ask who needs a library or a bookstore, well, who needs a teacher? It's like asking who needs a teacher when you have Wikipedia, or who needs a doctor when you have Dr. Google. Well, we all do. Just as Wikipedia
Thank you, Toastmaster Sinner. Now we will observe 45 seconds silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, timer. Now I would like to invite the rebuttal speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster A.B. Lakshmanan. How are you, sir?
Very good. How about you?
Very good. Excellent. Please state the test sentence. I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you, Toastmaster. I confirm that both your audio and visuals are perfect and clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Lakshmanan.
Good afternoon, respected moderator, my worthy opponent, and member of the House. The debate motion is bookshops and libraries are no longer relevant. We strongly agree to the motion. Opening speaker from the against team had presented illogical statements and attempted to confuse the audience. I wonder why opponent speaker was trying to have a confusing strategy when we have a clear debate in the motion. starts with Albert Einstein. He ended with Albert Einstein quote, during his time, he doesn't know about the internet. Internet was not there at all. It is totally irrelevant. Let me put the points. He has also said 43% do not have access to internet with some statistics specific to some region, which is not for entire world, which cannot be taken as a population for the entire world. Even then, if people don't have the internet, then don't build the libraries and bookshop, rather provide the internet for them. Until last decade, physical stores were offering video cassettes and CD to customers. What happened now? Video library has revolutionized by online platforms such as Netflix and Amazon. And consumers are happily enjoying this transition. This is what exactly happening for physical library and bookstores. The second point he was talking about, informations are not validated and internet is not organized. When I see that, it is simple like ostrich syndrome, burying the head burying the head when you are scared. It seems our opponent speaker has not got a chance to see organized e-libraries such as Kindle, Google Bookshops, Universal Digital Library, where millions of books are available in an organized way. When was the opponent speaker last visited the library? The third point he was talking about library and bookstore are need of our. How come it is a need of our? I do not understand. You see, a statistics and 2020 report from University of Virginia says that book users in library has gone from opening 38,000 books of books a year to the 60,000 book a year by the students in only 10 years, a decline of 75%. And also, after 244 years, the iconic Encyclopedia Britannica books ends its printing. Since 2012, it offers digital version only. With the presented strong, valid argument, I rest my case saying that there is no doubt that books and libraries are no longer relevant. Request member of the House to pass the motion. Thank you. Over to you, the moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster. Now let's observe 45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballots. Thank you, timer. Now I would like to call the closing speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Shino. How are you? Kindly unmute.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kindly state the test sentence. I love Division B.
I love Division B.
I confirm that both your audio and visual are clear and perfect. Over to you, Toastmaster Shino.
Very good afternoon, contest chairs, our worthy opponents and fellow Toastmasters. I would like to summarize my team's viewpoint against the motion that bookshops and libraries are no longer relevant. My opening speaker has clearly stated that how libraries over centuries had their importance and had a great impact in literature and strong information. Libraries were an integral part of our life and how it is going to be the foundation of future and pivotal for the community during this century. And he pointed out with some thought-provoking, interesting statistics that 43% of world population without internet, 1 billion children under poverty level still strives and hunger to have the access for literature in form of a physical libraries and bookshop. The statements given by our opponents were slashed by our rebuttal speaker, and he aptly pointed out that how libraries and bookshop are relevant and important. Libraries are the best place for the relevant for education. Keep searching in Google, get busy, confused with the amount of search results you get from billions of not validated websites. Lifespan of a digital devices is much lesser than a physical book. With all due respect to the opponent speaker, it clearly states their arguments are baseless and the view in the majority has been perceived from an advanced society where the major portion of the population still struggle to have access to digital space. Library is no more a noun, it's a verb that it has been transformed as a community building place where connections happen all the time. Based on the facts presented by our team, we request the House to vote against the motion and accept the fact bookshop and libraries are relevant and absolutely necessary to build a happy, bonded, and creative community. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Shinu. Now let's observe 45 seconds silence for the judges to mark the ballots. Thank you, timer. Now I invite the closing speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Rajendra. How are you, Toastmaster Rajendra?
I'm fine. Thank you.
I request you to state the test sentence. I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that both your audio and visuals are perfect and clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Rajendra.
Good afternoon, respected moderator, honorable judges, my worthy opponents, and member of the House. This House is debating the motion bookshops and libraries are no longer relevant, and we strongly support it in totality. Our team had well narrated and put forward the points and strongly supported the motion with the valid and logical arguments. Therefore, we request the House to pass the motion. Our opening speaker has given strong points to support our affirmation with analytical approach. In the first point, he mentioned that brick and mortar stores and libraries are getting closed while online is growing exponentially, which was supported by the Freckle Report 2020, which states that use of public libraries is 70% lesser than what it was in 2000 in the UK. In second point, he provided data about the limitation of physical libraries compared to unlimited availability on online platforms like Amazon, which can have millions of books compared to thousands in library and hundreds in bookshop. In his third point, he raised the point, most intriguing point of sustainability and quoted 2019 report from University of Michigan, which mentions that more than 30 million trees were being cut every year to produce textbooks. He clearly raised a thought-provoking concern. What kind of the world we want to leave for our children's? Our rebuttal speaker well-established rebuttal points and completely smashed opponent team's opening speaker's argument point by point by point. He disrupted imaginary word of opponent teams by providing influencer points. He provided befitting response to the point related to organized library on the internet. What is this? He clearly mentioned to the House that this is much more easier with the apps like Kindle in the devices on our hands. Motion on the floor is bookshops and libraries are no longer relevant based on the fact and details presented by our team. We request the members to anonymously pass the motion, pass the motion, pass the motion. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster Rajendra. Now we will have 3 minutes silence for the judges to mark the final ballots and hand over the results to the chief judge. Thank you so much, both teams. That concludes quarterfinal number 3, Division B, debate contest. A big round of applause to all the participants. The certificates presented on the screen will be sent to the contestants within the next 48 hours. Thank you, timer. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a fantastic time. I hope you also had the same. With that, Division B, quarterfinal number 3 concludes. May the best debate team win. Over to you, Toastmaster Shanil, our beloved MC.
Thank you, DTM Shanmugasundaram. We also enjoyed your show. Thank you so much. Give me a big round of applause. While we are still debating about books and libraries in our mind, let us move to the next quarterfinal, where we have a wonderful personality with us to lead the show. A Toastmaster since 2017, this moderator is a dreamer, learner, and a thinker. This IT professional quit her job recently to find time to find out herself. Ladies and gentlemen, this very renowned Toastmaster is a proud member of DSO Toastmaster and served the Fred Club as VPPR and President. Please put your hands together to welcome Area 23 Director, Toastmaster Pregna Venigala.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster MP. Good evening, everybody. It's still not late in the evening. We're still very much ahead of it, isn't it? But is it a good afternoon? Is it a good evening? Now, that's a debate we will take up on a later time. Now, should I or shouldn't I? To be or not to be? Why? Why not? Well, the duality of such questions is what makes debate so special. It is a showcase today where our participants and members of our beloved Toastmaster clubs have come prepared with research and charts and data to just punch and destroy their opponents. However, this is a war of words, not of our voices. So let's straight away dive into this war of words with our quarter-final number 4. The rules of the debate remain the same and hence shall not be repeated again. Now, let us begin this debate between the Dubai Toastmasters Club and the Dubai Legends Toastmasters Club. The topic of this debate is traditions are overrated. I repeat, traditions are overrated. Let me introduce the two teams today. The proposition team from Dubai Toastmasters Club, the opening speaker, Toastmaster Dr. Devinder Kapoor. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Sandeep Adnani. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Jyoti Kedia. And backup speaker, Toastmaster Alithia Sura. The opposition team from Dubai Legends Toastmasters Club, opening speaker, Sandeepta Ghosh. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Hariharan V. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Ruth Banani. Backup speaker, Toastmaster George Joseph. All right, then. We can see all 6 contestants on their screens all ready to go on. So let's get right to it. Zoom Master, are we ready?
Yes.
Thank you. Timers, are we ready? Perfect. Contestants, are you all ready? Okay. Audience, I hope you are still ready. Chief Judge, DTM Ganesh Raman, can we please have your permission to proceed?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. To start off this debate, I would like to call the opening speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Devinder Kapoor. Debater, please state the test sentence. I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that your audio is clear and we can see you doing well. Over to you, Toastmaster Devinder Kapoor.
Respected judges, contest chair, and fellow members of the House, today my team stands for the motion, traditions are overrated. Oxford defines tradition as a belief or a custom of beliefs that has been passed on from generations to generation in a group of people. It is the transmission of beliefs that is often followed without a reflection as to why it was adopted in the very first place. It is the milestones of life that emerge to a building up of a tradition, right up from birth to schooling, graduation, marriage, and so forth. Adhering to a particular tradition or simply holding on to it because that's what people do, or because that's what my family does, or because we fear if we may let go of them, what will happen if we evolve? It is such a cowardly way to live. This stagnates growth and improvement in society, and more importantly, in ourselves and our relationships. Overrated is defined as being valued too highly. I'm not making a blanket statement that traditions are bad. Sadly, in today's context, traditions seem to have taken a turn right to go from worse or probably the worst. Let's look at some classic examples of overrated traditions worldwide. Bullying or ragging. This remains prevalent in so many parts of the world, in schools, universities, and it is the cause of mental stress and trauma. It can be so overwhelming that it can lead to suicide. The Thanksgiving weekend in Canada, instead of being profoundly feeling grateful to what all good we have in our lives, most of the Canadians, they spend their life in finding what can be a good dinner for them, right from turkey to garlic bread to tiramisu. But it is better to be realistic, to be in the flow and keep the expectations live. Traditions have not to be expensive, but to be transformative. The bullfight in South Africa. Sadly, in a festival, there is a youth who torments and slaughters a terrified bull, right from traumatizing the eyes and mutilating the genitals. While we respect the culture, this tradition causes extreme sadness to an innocent creature. This tradition has no place for cruelty. Bathing in the Ganges of India, Hindu believers say that they can get rid of their sins by bathing in the Ganges. Research and statistics prove that there can be more than 3,000 million liters of untreated sewage from the towns near the Ganges that flows in the river. Now let's take a look as to how evolving a tradition can work for the better. Let's take a look at the way marriages have evolved now. Let's take a more recent example with the fact that quite a few of us are working from home, or they choose from working from home. Children who will learn from home or choose to learn from home. Friends, traditions are not bad. They're just overrated. Let me conclude with the quotation of Mahatma Gandhi in The Guiding Light. It's good to swim in the waters of tradition, but to sink in them is suicide. Hence, we stand strongly for the motion, traditions are overrated. Over to you.
Thank you, debater. We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballot. Thank you, Timer. I would now like to call the opening speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Sandipta Ghosh. Debater, please take the test sentence, I love Division B. You are muted, Toastmaster Sandipta.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Sandipta Ghosh.
Traditions are vitalities of the past, enriching lives of the present. Traditions are vitalities of the past, enriching lives of the present. Quotes Thomas Eliot, famous British American writer. Contest chair, fellow Toastmasters and guests, good afternoon. That's also tradition, you see. The motion on the floor today is traditions are overrated. And we as a team strongly stand against the motion. And I shall prove to you our stand with the following points. Let's define tradition first. Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines tradition as inherited, established, customary pattern of thought, action, behavior, such as religious or cultural practices. Overrated is defined as valued too high. So simply put, the motion on the floor today is anything that is inherited, customary, includes behavioral, social, or religious is valued too high. Dr. Yuval Noah Harari, in his book, Sapiens, states, traditions represent a critical piece of our culture. They help form the foundation of our families and society. They remind us that we are a part of history that defines our past, shapes our today, and determines our future. If we ignore our traditions, we are in danger of damaging our very identity. United Nations, Free and Equal, Article 27. Tradition reinforces values, ethics, morals, evolves with time. Tradition provides a sense of comfort, enabling people to reconnect with families and friends. Traditional enriches diversity, unity, sense of identity, adding value to our lives. Father of modern Singapore, Lee Kuan, in his autobiography, The Man and His Ideas, is quoted, traditions are a constant in an ever-changing, fast-paced life. A very important tradition in our family is to have dinner together. As leaders, role models, parents, we must strive to utilize every opportunity given to us to reinforce our traditions. If we disregard our traditions, one day we will open our eyes and not be able to recognize our world anymore. Traditions support the backbone of our existence. Believe me, if we drift away, the very fabric of our society will be torn. Would you like to live in a society like this? Would you? Think about it. This is how we have enriched our present, building on our past, aspiring to empower our future. In the words of Thomas Eliot, against the motion, I rest my case. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster. We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballot. Thank you, Timer. Now I would like to call on the rebuttal speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Hariharan B. Debater, please state the test sentence, I love Division B.
I love Division B, but yes, I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Hariharan B.
About 100 years ago, Mahatma Gandhi saw something and he said, it hurts me to think that people in their rush for everything that's modern despise all their traditions and ignore their lives. Contest chair, fellow Toastmasters, ladies and gentlemen, what an apt statement for this afternoon, looking at the topic that traditions are overrated, and we as a team stand strongly against this motion. And let me tell you why. Our opponent very valiantly put up points thinking that they can pull wool over our eyes. But I must say, truly failed, as tradition would put it. We actually wish each other. That's tradition for you. That's not religion. That's not superstition. Anything that is followed without any science and logic is defined as superstition. Apparently, my worthy opponents forgot to look at this particular word because all that they spoke about was purely superstition, which is not a part of this discussion. Let me first say that I didn't know what they were trying to even put up during this debate, because they said traditions need to evolve with time. If traditions evolve with time, then what are you talking about being overrated? That's the first question I have for you. That means you didn't understand the word overrated itself. Overrated itself means that you are valuing it more. And we believe that you are going to be discussing that it's being valued more than anything else. So that means you have spoken something which is not right. Number two, you spoke about bullying. You spoke about bullfighting. You also spoke about on Thanksgiving. The question is, where did you pull out all this information from? What's the reference? Because a reference not quoted is nothing but a motherhood global statement that you'd like to give us. At this point in time, I actually feel that the opposition team has got in their entire points holes as many as that I would find in a Swiss cheese. Nonetheless, let me put some more into them. They spoke about holding beliefs. And let me tell you, holding beliefs such as bullfighting, which has been stopped in most of the countries now, bullying, which is being stopped across because you've got committees that are being set up across the globe, across institutions, and last but not the least, marriage is something that they spoke about. Let me tell you, marriage is an institution. That is why most of you in this audience, I must say, are married, and I think I'm the only one who is an eligible bachelor here, so who's going against tradition. So you see, the numbers are 9-1. Last but not the least, we must look at something. Traditions is the way we go ahead in life. If it was not for traditions, we wouldn't have had the taboo topics being set up for Toastmasters. If it was not for traditions, we wouldn't have wished each other. Therefore, if we give up on traditions, as rightly put by Mahatma Gandhi, we are heading for big trouble. Contest chair. With that, I rest my case. Over to you.
Thank you, debater. We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, timer. I would now like to call the rebuttal speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Sandeep Adnani. Debater, please state the test sentence, I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Sorry, this is the Chief Judge butting in. Apologies, Sandeep, and to the moderator. Zoom Master, please make sure that everybody is muted. We can clearly hear a baby wailing in the background.
Sorry, Chief Judge, that's my baby in the room.
All right, moderator, then you're in charge.
Thank you. Sorry for the disturbance. Anyway, thank you, debater. I confirm that both your audio and visual are clear. So over to you, Toastmaster Sandeep Adnani.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And I will start off by the famous quote of Mahatma Gandhi itself, saying the traditions are good, but sinking in them is suicide, something which was spoken by my teammate as well. Now, I said good afternoon as much as my opponent did, and I think when you start mistaking human values and norms for tradition is when the issue starts. And I think that's where the opposition team went a little wrong with that. Greeting each other is just a norm. It's actually your values are imbibed with. When you see somebody, you meet somebody, or you talk to somebody, you greet them. As simple as that. Coming back to what my opening speaker also stated, she spoke about ragging, about animal slaughter, which is cruelty to animals. She spoke about ragging, which is a human behavior. All these are not cultural traditions. These actually, she spoke about human behavior impacting human lives as such, and one affecting the other because of the blindness of tradition that is passed on for years from one generation to the other. We're not saying, again, traditions are important. All we're trying to say is some of them are, and in fact, quite a few of them are just overrated. And that's what we're talking and what we're defending about. Now, sometimes you're just following something blindly because it's passed from one generation to generation. You actually got to stop yourself and ask the question, do you really need them? And that's what will give you the answer, whether these are overrated or not, because you will find the answer to the question yourself. Because I know my grandmom has passed my mom certain things, she's passed me a lot of things. And sometimes when you look back and pause, you're like, really, I don't really need to do this. And I'm sure most of you have experienced that at some point in time or the other. We spoke about marriage evolving as a tradition. Now, I had the opening speaker of the team speak of marriage, and all those things were followed off as well. Now, marriage itself as an institution is changing. Today, we're accepting LGBT communities, we're accepting interracial marriages, intercultural marriages. Live-in relationships, again, defines a change in the way marriage or two people get together is also looking, is all that. If you look at the opening speaker of my opponents, he gave us a collection of quotes and a collection of sayings from different famous people, but I barely found anything concrete to even rebut that. And I'm wondering, what, there were no statistics, there were no examples of traditions. And sometimes you wonder, okay, what am I supposed to even say to that? It was just one quote after the other, and that doesn't define any specific points. After all, it all boils down to changing and choices and evolution. And I believe we all are evolving as humans. When we start working from home earlier, we didn't have that choice. When we start schooling from home, that wasn't a choice earlier as well. And as a part of evolvement, we're changing certain traditions that were there before. And as you realize it, these are being accepted and increasing as times go by. I would like to conclude with saying one thing, that as the generations go by, the passing of tradition seems to reduce further and further, And it's not because they don't want to, it's because today people ask the question, why should I do something just because it's tradition? And I think that's something we should stick to. And I stick by my team and my coach that traditions are indeed overrated, and you should not head towards suicide. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you, Debita. We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, timer. Now I would like to call the closing speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Ruth Fernandez. Debater, please state the test sentence. I love Division B.
I love Division B. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I confirm that both your audio and visual are here. Over to you, Toastmaster Ruth Fernandez.
May I start? Traditions are vitalities of the past, enriching lives of the present. Thomas Elliot. Contest Chair, fellow Toastmasters and guests, good afternoon. We as a team strongly stand against the motion, traditions are overrated. And we have proved today, without an iota of doubt, our opening speaker profoundly propagated the definition of tradition as an inherited customary pattern of thought, action, or behavior. Overrated is valued too high. He reinforced our stand, quoting excerpts from the book Sapiens, a bestseller by Dr. Yuval Noah Harari. Traditions, if ignored, will damage our identity. Article 27 of the UN, tradition is the cornerstone of our value system and revolves with time. Even Lee Kuan, father of modern Singapore, has endorsed traditions. Our rebuttal speaker began by quoting none other than Mahatma Gandhi and deconstructed and destroyed the opposition by punching holes in their arguments. Our moral responsibility, I beg your pardon, unfortunately, our worthy opponents, he said, were confused between superstition and tradition. Reference to bullying, bullfighting, marriage, Thanksgiving were mother statements with no statistics to support it. Our moral responsibility is to reinforce tradition. If we fail, the result is a decimated society. Do you want to be a part of that act? Tradition enriches our present, builds on our past to empower our future. Hence, I urge you to vote for us in one voice against the motion. We rest our case. Thank you.
Thank you, Debater. We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, timer. Now I would like to call upon the closing speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Jyoti Kedia. Debater, please state the test sentence. I love Division B.
I love Division B.
Thank you. I confirm that both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Jyoti Kedia.
In last few minutes, we've all heard different arguments, but I'll summarize just few facts which is sure to convince every single person in this room that traditions are overrated. Firstly, with high regards to my opponents, let me remind you that the topic is traditions are overrated, and it is not that the traditions are unimportant. As highlighted by my opening speaker, tradition is a belief or something that is passed from generation to generation. And as our opponents rightly said, overrated means something which is valued too highly. Over of anything is bad. Friends, let me ask you, is killing innocent animals in the name of tradition fair? No. Tradition cannot be an excuse for cruelty. Not just animals. Another such tradition that remained prevalent is ragging, which happens in universities, and it has caused mental stress to the extent that it has resulted in suicides. Experts have stated that more than 3,000 million liters of untreated sewage are pumped into the Ganges, as said my opening speaker. Tell me, friends, can bathing in these Ganges really wash off our sins? As also pointed out by my rebuttal speaker, traditions are important, but change is inevitable. Look at the way the marriages have changed. We have LGBT communities and also intercaste marriages. All these show that as we as humans have surpassed tradition. Let's take a more recent example, that the fact we now choose to work or learn from home as opposed to going to office or school itself shows that traditions are overrated. And if push comes to shove, we should evolve and we should change, and then that becomes the new normal. I would like to conclude, dear opposing team, that the same Mahatma Gandhi also said, it is good to swim in the waters of tradition, but to sink in them is suicide. And hence, our team very strongly stands for the motion that traditions are overrated. Over to you.
Thank you, debater. We will now have 3 minutes of silence for the judges to mark their final ballots and hand over the results to the chief judge. While the judges are tallying their scores, we would like to acknowledge and distribute the participation certificates for our debaters for the quarterfinal round 4.
मैंने बोला तो the same
We acknowledge the participation of Toastmaster Devinder Kapoor, Toastmaster Sandeep Adnani, Toastmaster Jyoti Kedia, Toastmaster Alifia Surat, Toastmaster Sandipta Ghosh, Toastmaster Hariharan V, Toastmaster Ruth Fernandez, and Toastmaster George Joseph. Thank you all for your participation today. That brings us to the end of the quarterfinals, round 4, and also to the quarterfinals of the division inter-club debate contest. Congratulations to all the participants. We're looking forward to the results. While the timer is still counting, I would like to silently hand over to Toastmaster Shalil, our MC for it.
Thank you, Toastmaster Pragna. Let's give a big round of applause to Toastmaster Pragna. She had quit her job, IT profession, just to look after her 20-month-old baby. Hats off to you, Toastmaster Pragna. I really don't know whether the traditions are overrated or not, but what I know, our quarterfinals are over. When we are waiting for the results or we have final countdown, let me request all our attendees to switch on your videos. Just take a group photograph. Our Zoom master is ready. Sharon, can you make it gallery view?
Yes, I'll take it. No.
Eminent personalities among us. Yes. Timers, please be on there. We want your figures, your face. One timer is there. Where is the second one? Debjani Ghosh. Come on. Don't forget to smile.
Najla, are you done?
Done.
Thank you.
Thank you. What a fantastic contest we had. Really meaningful one. Spending all your time on a Friday afternoon. Really worth it, right? Let me ask our chief judge whether he is ready with the results or not. Chief judge, are you ready?
He's still in the breakout room.
Okay. Is DTM, our district director DTM Nelson Meneses is around?
No. Okay.
No.
Ganesh Raman, DTM Ganesh Raman
is back.
Is
Okay.
back.
Chief Judge, please. We are eagerly waiting for the results. We are counting down.
Just switching on my video.
Yeah.
There we go. Good afternoon, everyone, and congratulations to all teams for a wonderful afternoon of debating. I'm going to request our contest organizer, Toastmaster Divya, to bring up the slides. Can I get a confirmation if she's ready?
Yes, I'll be sharing this a second.
All right. Just confirm whenever you're ready. All right. So the cat is out of the bag, as you can see. Some of you must have caught it when the slide came up. So I'll go ahead and announce for quarterfinal 1, today's winner is Burj Toastmasters. They go on to the semifinals. For quarterfinal 2, Tejas Toastmasters Club, you go on to the semifinals. Quarterfinal number 3, Dubai OSS. They go on to semifinals. And in the last quarterfinal, Dubai Legends. Congratulations to all 4 teams and good luck for the semifinals. With that, I hand you back over to your MC.
Thank you, DTM Ganesh, our Chief Judge. Thank you so much. It was so quick. Before we are going further to our segment, let me ask our Zoom master and the winner of first quarterfinal and second quarterfinal, that is Burj Toastmaster Club and Tejas Toastmaster Club. Please take them to the breakout room along with our timer and Sergeant at Arm. Also, I request the next moderator, Toastmaster Rahul Ajit Kumar, also to be there in the breakout room.
And the Chief Judge.
I'm just moving them. Just give me 2 seconds. Yes. The room is open.
Debaters from Burj Toastmaster Club and Tejas Toastmasters Club, please accept the invitation. along with the moderator, Toastmaster Rahul. Have we done?
Just waiting for one more person to join. Toastmaster Nam, can you please join? Toastmaster Nam. Can some of you message him? Toastmaster Nam, can you hear us? Okay, I think we'll go ahead. You can go ahead, Shanil. We'll contact.
Thank you so much. Can you stop this screen sharing? Okay. We are moving ahead with our next segment, much awaited session. You all know the importance of storytelling because it is an art. For mastering the art of storytelling, we have a master amongst us. He is an award-winning speaker and a 4-time Amazon's best-selling author. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome distinguished Toastmaster Mohammed Iza.
Thank you so much for the introductory remarks. It's good to be here with you all today. I just had lunch with my mom, so if I feel sluggish, don't blame it on me, blame it on the food that I had. In the summer of 1998, we were having a little gathering in my friend's house. It was me, my friends Nawaf, Talal, and Abdurrahman. We met from 7:30 in the evening until 3:30 in the morning. We had the best time of our life. We were just cracking jokes and we were just having fun together. Our bellies our muscles were being trained by the laughter we had. And that night we didn't have any food. There was no dinner served. There was nothing except for the bananas, oranges, strawberries, and the green grapes, and nuts and walnuts and almonds. That's what we had from 7:30 until 3:30 in the morning. Around midnight, my friend Talal stood up and challenged me to a push-up test. Now, before I continue with the story, you should know about the relationship between me and Talal. We are like Tom and Jerry. We always fight. Who's Tom and who's Jerry? Talal is Tom and I'm Jerry. I always win these fights. So Talal, he said, come on, get on the floor, do the maximum push-ups that you can make. And I said, man, we're coming here to have fun, to enjoy our time together. Where did this come from? He said, come on, get on the floor. I refused, but we have a culture in this region, in the Gulf, and we know how to pinch each other when we want to do that. So Talal used one of these tools on me. He said, come on, be a man. And when someone tells you be a man, you better be a man, because this is more than just a push-up test. This is about being a man. And it's a macho society, and I had to prove that I was a man. But I had an idea. I said, Talal, why don't you go on the floor first? So Talal went on the floor. He did first push-up, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, sixth, and he stopped. He miscalculated. the timing of the challenge. Talal started going to the gym. For the past 3 weeks, he was pumping iron, training his body and muscles to become a stronger man. But he did a miscalculation. The night we met, in his workout, he worked on his shoulders, triceps, and these are the muscles that you use when you do your push-up. So he struggled to do 6. So it was my turn to go on the floor. So I got on the floor and I was just making an exhibition of my ability to do push-ups. So I started counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I got up. Now, who won? I won, of course, because he did 6, I did 7. I had a formula in my head. I thought, let him go on the floor, let him do whatever number he does, and then I will add just 1 to beat him. And if I knew in 2020 I'll be speaking in this event, I would have done 8. Now, what is the moral of the story? The moral of the story is something that you can apply in your personal life, in your business life, and it's simple but yet so powerful. Never, ever underestimate the competition. That's the moral of the story. Never, ever understate your competition. Now, let's go to the chat. I want you to go to the chat and let me test your listening abilities. Where did this story take place? Write down, please, in the chat. Let me see. Write in the chat. Let me see your. I don't see any answers.
The chat is now open for everyone. Everyone can just go to the chat and give your comments.
All right. So give us your comment. In which year did the story take place? Which year? Come on, we have 63 people on this call. At least one should get me an answer. – 2001? No. 219, 2019, 1940. Someone told me privately 1940. I wasn't born in 1940. No, no, no. Someone is getting close. Someone is getting close. 1998. Rohit Kumar, let's give him a round of applause. And we have Lorraine as well, 1998. Give them a round of applause. Now, in which city this story took place? In which city? Cairo? No. Dubai? No. I mentioned the name. First thing in the story. No. I'll give one more chance. Bahrain's capital. It was in Bahrain, but not in Bahrain's capital. Bahrain, yeah, Bahrain, yeah. It was in East Rifah. East Rifah. All right. Now, who was there in this little gathering? Can you tell me the names? 3 friends, yes. Can you tell the name of these 3 friends? Abdurrahman, yes, that's one. 2 more. Two more. We have Abdurrahman, myself, and two more. Yes, Muhammad Isa was definitely there. All right, it was Nawaf and Talal, the other two characters in the stories. All right, did we have dinner that night? No, that's correct. From what time to what time we were together? I stated that time twice. Yes, 7:30 until 7:30 until 3:30. That's correct. 3:30, 7:30 until 3:30 in the morning. Now, what did we have? We didn't have dinner, but what did we have? Nuts, bananas, almonds. Okay. Strawberries, yes. Dates, that's very creative. We did not have any dates. All right, moving on to the next question. I mentioned two cartoon characters. Who were they? Tom and Jerry, yes, Tom and Jerry. And who's Tom and who's Jerry? All right, I'm Jerry. Who's Tom? Who's Tom? Talal, yes, Talal. Now, speaking of Talal, how many push-ups did he do on that night? 6. That's right. How many push-ups did I do? 7. Excellent. And what was the moral of the story? What was the moral of the story? Let me see your answers. One more, yeah. Our MC is so creative, he came up with his own takeaway from the story. Do one more push-up than your friend. The moral of the story, as some of you have stated, never underestimate your competition. That was the moral of the story. Now, I have been using this story for a long time to illustrate the 5 C's of storytelling. And my friend Talal is so angry at me, he's demanding that I pay royalty to him every time I narrate the story publicly. But I'm not giving him any penny. Now, what are the 5 C's to storytelling? 1, circumstance. You need to tell the audience about the place and the time where the story took place. And in my case, it was East Rafah, the summer of 1998. 2, you need to have characters in the story. If you don't have characters, it's not fun. If it's just a story about you, there's no fun to it. The reason you should have characters in the story is that you want them to talk to each other. You want them to have conversations and relive the conversations. Don't say he told me and I told her. Just say what they have said. Now, it's very important when we have characters and conversations, we should have conflict. We should have conflict in the story. Did I have conflict in my story? Can you tell me if I had conflict in my story? What was the conflict? Yeah, the push-up. You know, I always had this relationship with Talal, and we always wanted to beat each other in different competitions, whether in university or in school or elsewhere in our life. So if you don't have conflict, think of it. Imagine watching a movie in Hollywood or Bollywood or Nollywood, and there is no conflict. the movie wouldn't be fun. The movie wouldn't be fun without conflict. So we need to have conflict in our stories because they represent the hook that brings the audience to us. We grab the attention of the audience by having conflict. Now, do you have a story for the sake of having a story? Obviously not. You need to have a carry-out message. What is the main message of the story that you're narrating and the point you're making using the stories? So these are the 5 C's of storytelling: circumstance, characters, conversation, conflict, and carry-out message. Now, if we have time, let's open the floor for a few questions and I'll close. Do we have any questions? Is the chat still open? Can people type in the chat if they wanted to ask questions?
Yes.
All right. So do we have any questions on storytelling? All right. If we don't have questions, how about adding one more C to the mix? What should be the duration for a story? What should be the duration for a striking story? It really depends on the time you have in your speech. So it's situational. There is no right or wrong length of a story. But let me take this into humor. The longer the story, the less likely you will make the audience laugh so much. In humor, you need to have a quick story to get through the punchline. So just make a note of that. How did you realize this is a story? There are so many incidents in life. You are now stealing my takeaway action for this session, because my takeaway action for everyone attending this session is very simple. Start a story file. It could be on your smartphone, or it could be on your laptop, or on a Google document. Whenever things happen, even a small incident, just make small bullet points on what happened so that you may use the story in the future. What is the different visualization required for characters? It depends again on the time you have. I didn't have much time today, so I had to make the story very brief. Otherwise, I could have described my friends. Nawaf was on a wheelchair. Abdurrahman is a bodybuilder. Talal is a big man, very big. He's taller than me and very big. So I could say that, but because of the time limitation, I had to restrict the description. Of course, the more descriptions you have, the better the imagination of the audience. All right, do we really need to have incidents to narrate a story, or can it be prepared or developed? So can I develop or create my own stories from my head? I don't recommend it. Just use the stories that happen in your life, and trust me, we have enough stories in our life. Divya Raj is telling me you have 10 more minutes so we can have more fun. Let's have more questions. How do you bring feel and sound in the stories? This is what I said. The second element or the third element in storytelling is conversation. Did you notice the pause I had? This is something that you can use to add a drama in your storytelling. Maybe one character said to something to another character, and that character became silent for a few seconds, and then you can engage by continuing the conversation. Sometimes you need to slow down. Sometimes you need to speak so fast. So this is how you bring the characters in the conversations. Can we start a story with a conflict? Of course you can. Of course you can. One of the other C's that I use in storytelling is making the audience curious about what's happening. For example, I could have started this session by saying this. I was 9 years old and the blood was coming from my eye. And this is a true story. And chances are that most of you want to know what happened in this story, because I used conflict. When you see blood, that's conflict. Blood didn't just happen that way. There must have been a reason that the blood was coming from my eye. So I'm making you curious. Do you want to know the rest of the story? No, I'm not giving you the story. Be curious until we end. I'll tell you the story when we meet in person. Let's move on to other questions if we have more questions from the audience. The anchor or the hook into my story is the conflict between myself and Talal regarding the push-ups. Now, I should tell you also, when we finished our push-up test, I did 7, he did 6. As I said earlier, Nawaf was on a wheelchair, so there's no way he could do push-ups. But our fourth friend, Abdurrahman, he got up from the chair and said, "Is that all what you've got?" And he did 49 push-ups in less than a minute. So I underestimated Abdurrahman as well. Should have continued doing more push-ups. So you could continue the hook or the conflicts and have multiple conflicts in your story. Do our topics really matter? Can you explain further on what do you mean? How to choose topics, or rather titles of the speech. You need to be creative, and there is a branch of marketing called copywriting. Try to read about this kind of subject matter so that you learn how to create titles that can capture the attention of the audience. How important is a humor in the story? Well, humor is best delivered through stories, because when you narrate a story, the audience are listening and they don't know what to expect next. So stories are fertile grounds for bringing humor to your speeches. It's very important. All right, let's have one more question before we close the session with my closing remarks. How do you end the story? End the story with a revelation, with a message, with a solution to a problem. That's how you make an impact ultimately in society. Our society is full of problems, and we need to bring solutions. If you bring solutions that are practical and help people in achieving their dreams or solving their problems, that's how you will leave a mark in the society. All right. It was a pleasure talking to you, and I will leave you with this thought. Start from now. Start a story file and get the stories in this file. And in the future, you will be amazed on how can you have so many stories in your speeches to educate, entertain, and inspire your audience. This is Muhammad Isa signing off from Bahrain. Back to you, our MC.
Thank you so much, DTM Muhammad Isa. Thank you so much. We have the privilege to learn the mastering, the art of storytelling from the master himself. Give a big round of applause to our trainer, distinguished Toastmaster Muhammad Isa.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We all are ready, I know, to see the semi-finals of Division B-ICDC. To conduct this show, the second part of this today's contest, we have an eminent Toastmaster among with us. She is very new to Toastmasters, just 5-month-old in Toastmastering, a member of Take Debate Toastmaster Club, a former UAE national scholastic debater with an aspiration to become the future Prime Minister of India. We are looking forward to have such a beautiful, gorgeous Prime Minister for us. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the one and only Toastmaster Pooja Baburaj.
Thank you so much. DM Shanil is going to be a tough act to follow you, but I will definitely try my best to keep our audience entertained. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Captain Pooja Baburaj reporting from Division B Control Center. I will be leading the flight log for our special mission today as we gear up for a semi-final phase before the final countdown. Our flight commanders for the semi-finals are none other than Toastmaster Rahul Ajit Kumar, who was formerly found peddling men's beauty creams at the Division B contest. Yes, he is a real-life example of how, with hard work, you can go from selling substandard products to flying imaginary spaceships. We also have with us legendary Commander DTM Rajiv Nayak, the Honorable Sergeant at Arms of Take Debate Club, who can infiltrate the hearts and minds of even the harshest enemies with his multilingual musical abilities. Before we enter the mission pathway today, can I please request Commander DTM Rajiv Nayak and our Chief Judge, General DTM Gurbinder Pun, to please guide our semi-final 2 cadets to their breakout rooms. Zoom Master, have you copied that?
Pooja, we need to give them 4 more minutes for the current team. 3 more minutes, actually. 17 minutes over. Just.
All right, then this is a great bonding session for me with all of the audience. Thank you so much then. Well, as we embark on this extremely intense mission together, I thought that it would be an excellent idea for all of you to get to know a little bit more about me and my story. So as it was flashed across the deck today, I am a retired emotional gangster. And I only live by one law, which is in a debate, you can always and you should always raise both your voice and your argument. I know many people would say against that, but I'll explain the logic why, because at least in my personal experience, whenever I've stopped making sense in life, especially during a debate, I just stop and start screaming at my opponent, using wild hand gestures and sounding like I'm making sense when I never do. So basically, When logic fails, you can at least traumatize your opposition into conceding defeat. So, competing cadets today, if you win using this strategy, you're most welcome. Now, besides being small, I'm just 5 feet tall, I think, and a little cute. I'm also easily corruptible. So, if at any point you want insider information about the competition, the rubric, who's winning, who's losing, you want to influence anything in your favor, I remember TM Chanel talking too much about biryani at the start. I didn't really get to eat a lot of lunch. So, and I love biryani. So please, I'll send you my details and you can just, you know, Aramix plate of biryani to me if you would really, want to be graceful and nice to me. And I will help you out as well. And but please don't be fancy, don't try to go overboard, and be smart and send me something like pizza just to gather favor, because I am lactose intolerant and I will be easily assassinated by dairy products. So I'm looking forward to seeing somebody buy into that bribe and actually sending me biryani, because now that I've spoken so much about food, I am super duper hungry. Our DD will send you to biryani. Okay. Okay, I was looking more for bribes. I don't want it from our big boss. I was actually looking for more bribes. I hope it works though. I'm really hungry. Zoom Master, let me try copying you in one more time. What's the
Yes,
update
we
that
have
we
just
have?
closed the breakout rooms. We are expecting them any minute. I'll
All
give you
right.
information once they're all in the room.
Okay, sure. I'll wait for your confirmation. So how's everyone feeling today? I hope we still have all of that energy in the room. We are still here for the final countdown, and we have to pump it up because the flight is yet to take off. The final bout is yet to happen. So really need the energy up high. Please do not fall asleep. TM Channel has kept you all on your feet all this while. And I want the same energy, please. I'm still a tiny little kid trying to entertain you also. Would definitely appreciate all the enthusiasm. Awaiting updates at this point. They're taking a long time.
I think they're all here.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Zoom Master. Copied that message in. Can I please request the first commander of the day, TM Rahul, to take control of our launch here on? Toastmaster Rahul, do you copy?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
I copy Toastmaster Pooja Babraj. Thank you so much.
And now,
sorry. Sorry, someone was saying.
sorry. Before moving in, can we please move the semi-finalists to
Yes.
the
I was
breakout?
just about to tell that.
Yeah, just give me 2 seconds.
When it comes to Toastmaster Sharon, when she says 2 seconds, I think 2 seconds is all that she needs with her zooming skills.
Okay. One sec. Sorry for the delay. They have renamed them somehow, so I'm just trying to figure out where they are.
Not a problem.
Can I request Toastmaster Shino from the Dubai Oasis team, if he is there in the room? Can anyone look for him? Still unable to locate that participant.
Sharon, can you move me also?
Yes. So I'll just open the rooms for the time being. We'll wait for the participant over there so that you can carry on.
Thank you.
Please join the breakout rooms. And Rahul, you can continue.
Great. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the semi-finals. Well, we are now approaching the business end of the contest. The stakes are high. The arguments must be at its most logical level, and it's the penultimate battle before the finals. Raising your voice and shaking your hands, how Toastmaster Pooja just said, may not help at this level of the contest. And now we have the winners from the quarterfinal 1 and quarterfinal 2 competing in the first semi-final of the evening. But before I proceed, I need to reiterate some important rules to keep in mind. The timing will be indicated using TMI branded virtual backgrounds by the contest timers. We have 2 timers, the primary timer 1 and the backup timer 2. Timer 2 will remain inactive and come into play only if timer 1 experiences technical difficulties. The opening and rebuttal speakers have a maximum of 3 minutes, while the closing speaker has a time limit of 2 minutes. The timing cards will be as follows: green at 2 minutes 30 seconds, yellow at 2 minutes 40 seconds, and red at 3 minutes for the opening and rebuttal speakers, and green at 1 minute 30 seconds, yellow at 1 minute 40 seconds, and red at 2 minutes for the closing speaker. All the speakers will get 10 seconds grace period. Timers will mute the speaker at the end of the grace period. During the debate, only the moderator, the 6 contestants, and the 2 timers will have their videos on spotlight. All contestants must have their video on at all times. Everyone else is requested to keep their videos switched off. In case of any disconnections, a maximum of 1 minute grace period will be given for the contestant to join back and resume his or her speech from where they left. In case the contestant is unable to return within the allotted time of 1 minute, the backup speaker will have to speak on behalf of the speaker facing the technical issue, and only the remaining time will be provided to the backup speaker. A protest can be raised only by the contestants or the voting judges, and it must be lodged before the results of that round is announced. Protests can be raised only on the grounds of eligibility or personal accusation, attack, abusive language, or discriminatory remarks. In all the rounds, the chief judge's decision is final and no protest can be lodged once the result is announced. Now, let us begin the debate on hand between the quarterfinal 1 winner Burj Toastmasters Club and the quarterfinal 2 winner Tejas Toastmasters Club. The topic of the debate is: you cannot climb the corporate ladder without playing politics. I repeat, you cannot climb the corporate ladder without playing politics. Let me introduce the 2 teams. The proposition team from Tejas Toastmasters Club, we have our opening speaker, Toastmaster Anoop. The rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Hariharan. And the closing speaker, Toastmaster Biju. The opposition team from Burj Toastmasters Club, the opening speaker, Toastmaster Milan. The rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Prashant. And the closing speaker, Toastmaster Janvi. So just to confirm, if we have all the 6 speakers on Spotlight.
Sorry to interrupt. Toastmaster Naam Hariharan, can you please switch on your video? Yes, we are good to go.
Great. Thank you, Zoom Master. All right, then. Let us commence. Is the Zoom team ready?
Yes, we are.
Yes, okay. Are the timers ready? Now, I know the audience is ready. Are the contestants ready? Yeah, okay. And I need one last confirmation from our Chief Judge, DTM Gurbinder Pan. Is he back from the breakout room?
No, not yet.
Not
please give me 1 minute.
Okay. Then we shall wait. All right. I see our Chief Judge, DTM Gurbinder Pan, back here. So all the rules have been read out. Everyone is ready. We just need your final permission before we begin.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for doing the rules. Let's begin semi-final 1.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. I would like to first call upon the opening speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Anoop. Can you please unmute yourself and repeat after me? Division B, the power to be.
Division B, the power to be.
Great. I confirm that you are audible and visible, and over to you, Toastmaster Anoop.
You cannot climb the corporate ladder without playing politics. Respected judges and fellow Toastmasters, very good afternoon. The in word today is corporate governance, and the governance cannot be there without the management and managing different parties having different levels of powers. That's exactly the meaning of politics, not the preconceived dirty notion. There is always difference between the governed and those who govern, and it is all about politics in the right meaning. I quote from The Power and Accountability, book by Robert A.G. Monks. The management of various parties is defined as politics, and that's how we need to take that word. Corporates are owned and promoter managed. Politics is not to be understood in the negative concept at all. It is about empathy, intelligence, and managing the requirements, not a Greek democracy story. EQ, the emotional quotient, is the need of the hour. How do you get your EQ? Only through human management and human understanding. What is that? It is the beautiful word politics. Not everyone can participate in decision making. Somebody need to listen and to do various viewpoints and end up making the right and the best decision. This is pure politics. A corporate ladder is full of making decisions and nothing else. We need to be there for support the topic of the day. The ladder talks about higher echelons, say senior management and upwards, to CEO, chairman, MD, CFO, CEO, and so on. This requires support from the stakeholders and more importantly from down under. And these two hence never meet. So it needs to be managed. Only a person adept in doing this can climb further ladders. They should be. Why do we need to climb the ladder? It is not mandatory. It is a choice. And that comes with its own box of thorns. Roses favors, and losing out, and so on. So politics in the right sense of the word is definitely an add-in. Every decision comes with its baggage of issues, problems, and pleasures and merits. But playing politics is indispensable part of this ladder climbing. You don't want it, you don't like it, don't climb the ladder. I have to conclude now. I shall quote by saying from the book, this is marketing. The quote is, when you go up, it becomes silent and lonely out there. And you need to have your right kind of support systems. And that includes the political support. Thank you. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster Anu. Now we will have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Timer. Thank you, Timer. Next, I would like to call upon the opening speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Milan. Can you please unmute yourself and repeat the test sentence? Division B, the power to be.
Division B, the power to be.
Great. I confirm that you are audible and visible clearly. And over to you, Toastmaster Milan.
Good evening, members of the House. The motion on the floor is you cannot climb the corporate ladder without playing politics. And my team and I firmly stand against this motion. As per the freedictionary.com, the idiom climbing up the ladder means getting promoted. Job performance, sometimes also called work performance, is a widely used tool and metric in management. However, organizations rarely address what it really is, which dimensions include, and in which areas of work it becomes important. There are plenty of valuable, talented employees who have no interest in managing others or being responsible for a team's work. For them, a promotion to leadership can mean an unhappy shift away from what they enjoy and do well. Such a move up can also hurt employers if the person they promote isn't happy or skilled in the management. It can be particularly damaged when employees engage in self-serving behavior that is not accepted by the organization, says Harrison James, a law firm in the US. Self-serving behavior includes bypassing management to obtain special favors and lobbying senior executives to obtain a promotion. These types of political behaviors undermine the ethical climate within the organization and can be unfair, especially for those who follow proper procedures, because it can lead to resentment. The office environment changes when playing politics. As per the Economic Times article dated August 2019, 52% of employees undergo added stress due to poor work communication and the stress to perform against those who play politics. Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success, said Henry Ford. Employers nowadays look for team players rather than the individual performance. Employees who acted collaboratively stuck at their tasks 64% longer than their solitary peers, whilst also reporting higher engagement levels, lower fatigue levels, and higher success rates as per Forbes.com. Employees nowadays look for team players more to ensure that the company moves forward and is successful. Hence, having shared enough evidences which should have surely convinced the honorable audience, we urge the House to support our team in rejecting the motion that you cannot climb the corporate ladder without playing politics. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Milan. We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, Timer. Now, I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Prashant. Can you please repeat after me? Division B, the power to be.
Division B, the power to be.
Great. I confirm that you're audible and visible clearly. And over to you, Toastmaster Prashant.
Good evening, fellow members in the House. The motion on the floor is you cannot climb the corporate ladder without politics. Let me repeat this motion again. You cannot climb the corporate ladder without playing politics. And our team firmly stands against this motion. With due respect to my enthusiastic opponent, I felt like being in a boxing ring with all your punches in the air, and it's my turn to hit some notable knock-out punches. To begin with, let me categorically state that you have miserably failed, as there was absolutely no substance in your facts shared and was just smoke to deceive the viewers and also add contents for your opening speech. The reason for me repeating the motion was because you have not met or you've not been aligned to the motion itself. I don't know, you were talking about emotional quotient. We are talking here about office politics to climb up the ladder. So absolutely, I was disappointed with your argument on that aspect. Statistical data, zero, zilch. There was no statistical data at all. So honestly speaking, I don't have any points to contest. Nevertheless, politics exists in every organization, regardless of size. It's a matter of degree. And it is up to you how much politics you really want to, look at. In my case, I have been a corporate person for the last 30 years. It's not necessary to play office politics. So in my opinion, again, your arguments were just baseless. There was no sense. And as my opening speaker very categorically has stated that you cannot climb the corporate ladder without playing politics, we completely reject the motion and ask the House to accept, rather we rest our case here. Over to you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Prashant. We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, Timer. Now, I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Hariharan. Can you please repeat the test sentence, Division B, the power to be?
Thank you, moderator. Division B, the power to be.
Great. I confirm that you are audible and visible clearly. And over to you, Toastmaster Hariharan.
Good evening, judges, moderators, fellow Toastmasters, brothers and sisters. I need to rebut. We need to look at the arguments raised, and we need to do that without malice, but with very much incisive insight into it. We must also do that without malignant intentions, but with simple yet powerful tool of logic and reasoning. I shall try to do that without fear, favor, or fervor. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone can be blamed if the entire opening team's opening remarks sounded playing politics in the negative meaning. Let us look at all the arguments one by one that was tried to be put forward here to oppose this motion. Climbing up the ladder's definition was getting a promotion. No, that is a misconceived way of understanding the meaning of a usage in English. If so, a simple clerk becoming a senior clerk, I don't think we call that climbing up the corporate ladder. So it starts from that immense erroneous statement that anything going one step up is climbing the ladder. That is literal. It is not figurative. It is not getting the meaning of the subject of the word topic. And then it goes on to say the organization does not do this properly, and many times they fail, but no data was given. A simple statement, organizations have never done it correctly. Well, organizations have done this correctly. Satya Nadella climbed up the ladder. Sundar Pichai climbed up the ladder. Good organizations do it. And then comes the easiest thing to rebut. The law firm Harrison and Johnson in US said in a study, I don't think we should ever go to a barber and ask whether I need a haircut. What else do you expect lawyers to tell you? You need to get things from management perspective. There are management gurus and management books to quote, not this one. And comes Economic Times. It is just a newsprint media, and that comes into the very senior and important subject of climbing corporate ladder and how politics play a role in it. It's as simple as saying, my mother said and so. Employees said such and such things. I think the whole comes on the whole crux of the arguments come on the closing statement of my worthy opponent. Saying there was evidence, saying it was substantiated, and therefore it was refutable doesn't make blank statements evidence. It becomes only stretched, laborious, and false belly up. I think there was nothing to refute, but everything has been easily, quickly looked into and refuted. I request the House to strongly be with us, our team, and go with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Hariharan. We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, Timer. Now, I would like to call the closing speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Janvi. Can you please repeat the test sentence after me? Division B, the power to be.
Division B, the power to be.
Great. I confirm that you are audible and visible clearly. And over to you, Toastmaster Janvi.
Mason Cooley once said that office politics are bloody-minded but weak on content. Every person wants to climb the ladder, but when competition becomes unfair, there is more harm done to everyone than benefit, be it the organization or the individual. Good evening, members of the House. Our team firmly stands against the motion, you cannot climb the corporate ladder without playing politics. Over the last 15 minutes, our team has successfully presented irrefutable arguments. My opening speaker underlined that employees are happy where they are. So office politics might not be the best motivator. Instead, it could demoralize the employee from working hard as it may pull them away from what they are happier doing or more efficient doing. Talent is the key to running an organization. By engaging in unfair politics, Corporations are easily damaging their ability to rise in the market as their employees don't contribute to taking the organization higher. All they care about is getting the money and climbing the corporate ladder. Today, teamwork makes the dream work, with 64% people adhering to sticking together longer if they work together as a team well. If all the energy is spent in managing teams and plotting methods to grow unfairly, teams are bound to be stressed and more tired, with no actual contribution to content and growth. And when the stakes are high, every minute counts. My rebuttal speaker also proved that there is no validity to the points raised by the opposition due to the lack of facts and statistical data to support their notion. Emotional quotient wasn't the discussion of the day, politics was. Hence, politics are for the weak-minded, and I would like to request the House to reject the motion, you cannot climb the corporate ladder without playing politics, as people who do don't believe they can climb the ladder on merit and leave managers stressed and unhappy. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Janvi. We'll now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, Timer. Now I invite the closing speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Biju. Can you please repeat after me? Division B, the power to be.
Division B is the power to be.
Great. I confirm that you are audible and visible clearly, and over to you, Toastmaster Biju.
A wonderful good evening to one and all in the House. You cannot climb the corporate ladder without paying politics, and we strongly support this motion. 6 minutes of my team eloquence was presented with points of conviction supported with data on the affirmative angle of what explained in the topic, because as a team, we stand positive in every attempt of our life, be it career or be it our personal life. Let me reiterate the points which you have raised in our support to our stand. My opening speaker explained what politics is all about. The invert today is corporate governance, and the governance cannot be there without management and managing different parties having different levels of power. And that is exactly what politics is. Quote from Power and Accountability by the book by Robert A.J. Monks. Now, the second point, politics also need to be considered to be the balanced book of handling all human emotional aspects at different angle. While growing the corporate ladder, it requires all the skills to be managed, and emotional handling is also important, and hence it is a necessity. Why do we need to climb the ladder? It is not mandatory. Those who are not ready to climb the ladder, don't climb. But if you need to climb the ladder, you need to also take the box of thrones and the roses and favors and losing out and so on. So in politics, in the right sense of the word, it is defined to be added on. Every decision comes with a baggage of issues, problems. And if you want to hide away from that, don't climb the politics. My rebuttal speaker could well expose the vacuum existed in the opponent arguments, which is more of a linguistic romance than a factful articulation. I only select the few bullets of his which hit them very hard. Climbing up the ladder was more stressed than the right meaning of the subject at all. Many statements were produced without any data. A lawyer code was produced instead of a management studies. A newspaper quoted in support with which it did not have any meat. Well, let me conclude. If you want to work in corporate, if you want to climb the ladder, you should know how to play chess, how to move up. Let me thank the entire opponents and audience for your active listening. I request the confused opponents now be convinced. And if you want to climb the ladder, stand with us. You have to play politics. And we also stand with the motion together along with the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Biju. We will now have 3-minute silence for the judges to mark the final ballots and hand over the results to the Chief Judge. Thank you so much, Timer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that concludes our semi-final 1 for the night. And I want all of you to give a big round of applause to the participants for a great job. Wonderful, wonderful, great. So I had a great time moderating the first semi-final, and I'm very excited and looking forward to the upcoming semi-final 2 and the finals. That said, it is now time for me to hand over the, I don't know what you call it, like the driving stick, what people use in the plane. Yeah, the driving stick. Okay, yeah, giving the driving stick back to our captain, Toastmaster Pooja Baburaj. Over to you.
Thank you so much, TM. Rahul, you really made me doubt my choice of putting you in control of the steering. Please go back to your piloting classes. Anyway, thank you anyway for keeping the energy levels high, TM Rahul. And let's move on upwards and onwards to the next tough match of the evening. Team, our communication team, do you copy? How are we on our status for our next round?
We are good to go.
All right then, without further ado, can I please request our commander, DTM Rajiv, to take control of the launch?
Thank you, Toastmaster Pooja. Thank you very much. I welcome you all to the second semifinals of today. Just before I start, I would just like to say, I love to take roles of being a moderator. And the reason being, I have debates in the office every day because I'm from the technical team and I have to mediate between the opposing teams, and there is a lot of debate going on. And then at home again, I'm the mediator because at the dinner table, we also have debates. And of course, the subject of debate is me. So it's best to be a moderator because it's easy then, just keep quiet and continue. So having said that, let us begin with the second semi-finals today. The rules will remain the same like the previous rounds. So I will straight away get into the debate. So let's begin the debate on hand between Dubai Oasis Toastmasters Club and Dubai Legends Toastmasters Club. The topic of the debate is ends justify the means. I repeat, ends justify the means. So let me introduce you the two teams. The proposition team from Dubai Oasis Toastmasters Club. The opening speaker is Toastmaster Naeem. The rebuttal speaker is Toastmaster Zainab. And the closing speaker is Toastmaster Jay. The opposition team is from Dubai Legends Toastmasters Club. The opening speaker is Toastmaster Sain Dipta. The rebuttal speaker is Toastmaster Hariharan. And the closing speaker is Toastmaster Ruth. All right then, let us commence. Are the Zoom team ready? Please show me a thumbs up. Okay. Are the timers ready? Okay. Are the contestants ready? I request all the contestants to keep their videos on, please. All the other people should switch off their videos. Only the contestants and me will keep our videos switched on. Thank you. Chief Judge DTM Gurbinder Pan, do we have the permission to proceed, sir?
Mr. Contest Chair, please proceed with the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. So to begin with, I would like to call the opening speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Naeem. Debater, please state the test sentence. Division B rocks.
Division B rocks.
Thank you. I confirm that your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Naeem.
End justifies the means. A very strong statement by Niccolo Machiavelli. Respected Toastmasters, dear judges, fellow members and guests, a very warm good evening to one and all. We, the DOT team, represents for the motion. Imagine, dear friends, the time of World War II, with 4.1 trillion, the economic failure into that, the economic input into that. 16 million people, over 16 million people dead. And yet, to stop the imperialistic Japan, the United States of America decided that it is time to retaliate and try out their new weapons in their arsenal, the nuclear bomb. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were shot down with the nuclear blasts, ending in about 80,000 people who died in the process. The outcome, the World War II ceased and peace talks were on the table. Now, many may justify that it was completely a total injustice from the United States. Yet, the greater picture is that we are at peace post that incident. Japan now has no army, just a reserve army right now. A true, brutal, imperialistic country, completely deterred and completely turned around. Now, these 80,000 odd people who died in that war, who died in that bomb blast, are considered martyrs by many, and for the greater cause. Coming to another point, when you consider the end goal, especially in the field of medicine, in order to counter epidemics, pandemics, disease outbreaks, there's a lot of tests that need to be done. There's a lot of research that goes in to get the outcome, which is the vaccine. Some researches go on for years, be it tuberculosis, smallpox, cholera, all these were terminated. And that's because years of research went into vaccine formations. And these have subjected trials, and trials involve human beings or animals. All these have been done on the basis of a greater good. You may only hear about one success, but there's 1,000 to 1,000,000 failures behind it to achieve and arrive at that success. Even on a broader scale, let's talk about the current condition we're living in. The COVID-19 pandemic. The governments have restricted, enforced lockdowns, have containments, forced quarantines away from your loved ones. People are admitted not to be seen. Why? All this? Because the greater cause is to stop the spread. In the event of that, we've had business losses. We've had people.
Thank you, Toastmaster. We'll have a 45-second silence for the judges to mark the ballots. Thank you, timer. Now I'd like to call the opening speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Saint Dipta. Debater, please state the test sentence. Division B rocks. Unmute yourself, Saint Dipta.
Sorry.
Please say Division B rocks.
Division B rocks.
Thank you. I confirm that your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Saint Dipta.
Integrity is doing the right thing when no one is watching, according to C.S. Lewis, famous writer. Contest chair, fellow Toastmasters and guests, good evening once again. The motion on the floor today is ends justify the means. Is it really true? We as a team strongly stand against the motion, and I shall again prove to you our stand with following points. Let's take an example from the Merriam-Webster's dictionary. It defines ends as the last or the farthest thing of something. Justify, to prove or show to be just, means to have in mind a purpose. So simply put, the motion on the floor is anything is fair in order to achieve the desired result. According to Daniel Goleman in his book, Emotional Intelligence, he says, criminals usually justify their crime because they feel there is a reasoning to it. Let us take the example of Ben Johnson, who was disqualified in 1988 in the Summer Olympics after winning the 100-meter dash by a record margin for consuming banned drugs. It was considered by CNN as the dirtiest race in the history of Olympics. At what cost do you want to win? Do ends justify the means? 17th of January, as recently as 17th of January, HR Global Drive found 36% of candidates lie on their resumes. That's a staggering figure. A staggering 3.6% of the global GDP is laundered every year according to FATF report of June 2020 for personal gains. 3.6% crime rate in Scandinavian countries compared to 86.9% as per UN report of June 2020. Dear Toastmasters and guests, it is not always true that a critical end justifies desperate means. As per Richelle Goodrich, the famous writer, at what cost are you going to achieve the end result? For your personal gains? Against the motion, I rest my case. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster. We'll have a 45-second silence for the judges to mark the ballots, please. Thank you, timer. I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Hariharan. Debater, state the test sentence. Division B rocks.
Division B rocks. Division
Thank you.
B rocks.
Thank you. I confirm both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Hariharan.
The end does not justify the means. No one's right can be secured by the violations of the rights of the others. Quoted by Ayn Rand, the famous writer. Contest chair, fellow Toastmasters, ladies and gentlemen, I feel I have been living in the 1500s. And it is true because my opening speaker, the opening speaker from the opposite team very proudly quoted the person who had this quote. In fact, I didn't even want to remember the name because this definition does not meet any possibility in this world. We are not living in the 1500s. We are living in 2020. Welcome to the real world. Smell the coffee. Wake up, ladies and gentlemen. Very important. In the 1500s, whatever held good does not hold good 500 years later. Therefore, the entire concept around which you have put up your argument itself is flawed. Number two, you spoken very valiantly speaking about the World War II, the fat boy and the short man, the two bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Let me tell you, those people are hailed martyrs after they have died. What is the use? You lost 80,000 people for what? For someone else, for somebody else's benefit. So if you look at it, at this point in time, as quoted by my opening speaker, 3.6% of the entire GDP of the world is being laundered under criminal activities. And that bombing is just one of them. Let us understand, post that, every country has only been encouraged to go nuclear. And today we are having the biggest threat wherein the clock of apocalypse has actually moved by a second, leaving the world with 1 second for destruction. Congratulations to that particular statement that the end justifies the means. Third, you actually spoke about medicine. Must I confess that medicinal trials on humans are done only and only, you have a doctor on the panel, she would have told you this, only and only after there is a consent taken from the people who accept going through it, understanding what are the risks and what could be the fallouts of that test. So please try and understand, it is very, very important to notice that the ends are not justified always by the means. And in medical, it is a complete flawed situation. The reason being that if this was a thing, then we would have had medicines coming out by killing people. Number 3, you spoke about COVID-19. Now, COVID-19 is a situation that we are having today. I do not know what was the relevance here. I actually felt that at this point in time, you just gave it away to us because you said that this statement itself is very strong, and you usually say strong statements are only in the negative. With that, we strongly stand against this motion and arrest our case because you cannot take away somebody else's rights for yourself. Over to you.
Thank you, Toastmaster. We'll have a 45-second silence for the judges to mark the ballots, please. Thank you, timer. Now I'd like to call the rebuttal speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Zainab. Debater, please state the sentence. Division B rocks.
Division B rocks.
Thank you, Zainab. I confirm that both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Zainab.
Thank you very much. A very good evening to all honorable Toastmasters and my opponent team. Today, we are supporting the topic, end justifies the means, and me and my team sincerely believe in this. My honorable opponent started with definitions. He started defining us ends and means. He said ends are the farthest things on some things. Well, it's the outliers that are the farthest things on some things. And if you read the book by Malcolm Gladwell, he clearly says that all results in anything to achieve anything are skewed to the outliers, and the outliers are what achieve anything, if at all. And the means are always in the average, and they rarely achieve anything. So let me begin by a quote by Albert Einstein, who says that logic is more essential than ethics. And sometimes if you just try to, follow protocol and follow the rules, and you may not achieve what you really want to do. So he started then with his justification of some criminals like Ben Johnson. Well, this is not talking about thieves or crime or things like that. We are talking about how end justify the means. Let me give you an example of Robin Hood. Well, he was a thief, he was a robber, he used to loot. But then what did he do? He took that money and gave it to the poor. So definitely the end was justified there, wasn't it? Similarly, the win with the vaccine, we are of course taking consent, but of course we are doing it at fast track rate because of the corona. It has spread so badly that we have to, of course, do it in the protocol, but we have to sometimes fast track the things which would have never been done before. So, but still we are doing it because the end, which is the end to this corona, has to be justified. And it is more important than doing the things for many, many years and letting so many millions suffer. So definitely end justifies the mean there again. Then he talked about lying for personal gains and things like that. But let me tell you, in the evolution of human history, anytime anybody has broken a rule, it has always been to achieve something. I'm not talking about crooks and criminals here, but a century ago, women were never allowed to go to work. but some of them bend the rules, and they did go, and that's how the end that today we see women at equality even in Toastmasters. That's the end is justified because those few brave women went out of their home and they started doing the things. So definitely the end definitely justifies the means. Even in my medical, see, like I'm a surgeon, sometimes I take decisions. I know it may not be textbook decisions, but sometimes I know to save the life of a patient, I may have to do a surgery even when it's not protocol. And in fact, I did something like that and it saved the patient and her babies, and the end was justified there as well. So definitely end justifies the mean. And let me tell you, never let your sense of morals get into the way of doing what's right. With that, over to you.
Thank you, Toastmaster. We'll have a 45-second silence for the judges to mark the ballots, please. Thank you. Thank you, timer. Now I would like to call the closing speaker from the opposition team, Toastmaster Ruth. Debater, please state the test sentence. Division B rocks.
Division B rocks.
Again, please.
Division B rocks.
Thank you. I confirm both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you,
Thank
Toastmaster.
you. May I go ahead? Integrity is doing the right thing when no one is watching. C.S. Lewis. Contest Chair, fellow Toastmasters and guests, good evening. We as a team strongly stand against the motion, ends justify the means, and we proved it very well today. Our opening speaker defined each of the terms, end, justify, and the means. It essentially means anything is fair in order to achieve the desired result. Do you believe that? He reinforced our stand quoting excerpts from the book Emotional Intelligence by Daniel Goleman, who said criminals usually justify crimes because they feel there is a good reason behind it. Ben Johnson was disqualified in 1988 for consuming drugs to win the gold medal in 100 meters. This year, January 2020, the HR Global Drive declared that 36% of people fudge and lie in their CVs. Our rebuttal speaker punched holes into the arguments put forth by our opposition by asking our opposition or telling our opposition to wake up and smell the coffee, as their arguments were misrepresentative of the actual facts like the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In addition, medicine trials on humans after there is always conducted after there is a consent taken from these people. Our responsibility is to not just be ethical in our minds and in our hearts, but also act in a manner where we do not allow wrong, unethical means to reach a successful end. Would it take a person freedom? Sorry, I beg your pardon. Would killing someone make society a better place? Would taking a person's freedom make society a better place? I rest my case. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Toastmaster. We will have a 45-second silence for the judges to mark the ballots, please. Thank you. Thank you, Timer. Now I invite the closing speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Jay. Debater, please state the test sentence. Division B rocks.
Division B rocks.
Thank you. I confirm both your audio and visual are clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Jay.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Good evening, esteemed judges, worthy opponents, and Toastmasters. Ends justifies the means. Something that we have heard for centuries through our scriptures as well as history. My opening speaker, Toastmaster Dr. Naim, established the fact that the end justifies the mean without a pinch of doubt, citing historical facts like that of World War II, were $4.1 trillion being spent and over 16 million went dead. And the end result is a more peaceful world. He went on saying, medical tests, as we know, that has many means that may seem not so right. But without such things, the world we live today may not be possible at all. It doesn't really need an argument to prove the benefit of the lockdowns and social distancing that is on these days. Yes, it hurts. It hurts businesses, daily life of billions around the world. The means followed here definitely will be justified by the end results of controlling the pandemic. My rebuttal speaker, Dr. Zinab, she mentioned logic is more essential than ethics. You're citing Albert Einstein. Following protocol or routines won't take us to where we want. Vaccines, we have taken the fast track. The fast track has some flip sides, but end of the day, what is the result? What is going to be the result? Breaking rules at times is justified when the ends has a right, regardless what it is. Thank you, my team, for raising such great points. I can surely see that everyone here in this meeting are very much convinced of our points. Ends justifies the means. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster. Now we'll have a 3-minute silence for the judges to mark the final ballots and hand it over to the Chief Judge, please. Thank you, timer. That concludes our second semi-finals. A big round of applause to all the participants. The certificates will be sent to you, to all the contestants, within the next 48 hours. And it's now time for me to hand it over to Captain Toastmaster Pooja Baburaj. Over to you.
Thank you so much, DTM Rajiv. As graceful as ever. And now I know that everybody is super excited to get to the main event of the day, which is the finals, but I'm going to ask you to have a little bit of a pause and reflect on how wonderful the day has been going. That was a fiery debate. And we all know that no matter who emerges as finalists, we all can see the mettle, the reason why we have these people in here as a cohort for the semi-finalists. I'm going to quickly do a sound check with our Zoom master as well as the communications department. Are we ready to give away the results?
Sorry, Pooja, it's still our chief judge is in the breakout room. I'll indicate when he's back in the room.
Sure, duly noted. So I can see that there are a couple of our debaters or semi-finalists still on the call. And I can see Miss Ruth. How are you feeling right after being on this exceptional flight? Let's hear it from you.
Thank you. Thank you, TM Pooja. Yeah, it's all very exciting, and I think it's a really great experience. We had some very good opponents, and I hope that we've justified whatever we've said.
Of course. That is again to the chief judge to judge. But when it comes to the entertainment factor, I know we were all at the edge of our seat to listen to this particular debate. I was,
Pooja, yeah.
We're ready?
He's back in the room. Yes, he's back in the room.
All right, so I'm going to now hand it down to our general of the evening, DTM Gurbinder Pun. Are we ready to notify the cadets with the results?
Well, it's very unfair. You see, everybody is talking biryanis and burgers and everything, and poor guy here is living on. So we have decided we will not be giving out the results unless food is actually delivered to the telecounters, judges, and chief judges' homes.
MCs too, please. We are also hungry.
All right. So yes, we are ready. Can I have both the contest chairs on the screen, please? And Divya Raj.
Yeah, I will need a minute to prepare the certificates, please.
Okay, so in the meanwhile, we can have our burgers.
So you're really just raising my hunger quotient at this point.
That seems to be the theme of the evening, I guess. Biryanis and ice creams and stuff. And
well, this isn't fair. You cannot do this to a hungry child. But how have you been
do this
feeling?
to a hungry old man also? Forget about the child. The old man, you know, Rajiv.
Across the age
Rajiv
spectrum,
will not
yes,
agree.
I side with you. Across this age spectrum, we deserve to be serviced with some really nice snacks. But as the chief general of the evening, how have you been feeling watching these amazing debaters just go at it?
I think as a chief judge, I will not be commenting on that.
Okay. Okay. We shall save it for a while.
Or
well,
for some other day. So I'm going to wait for Divya Raj to give me the go-ahead before I announce the results.
Yes, Chief Judge.
All right. So from the semi-final one, the winner is Tigers team for the contest. And they move to finals. Congratulations, Tigers team. From the semi-final 2, the winners are Dubai Legends Toastmasters, and they move to finals. Congratulations. Thank you, moderators, for a great job done. Back to you, Master of Ceremony, Pooja.
Well, thank you so much. I can see the excitement, especially DTM Hariharan. I feel like you flew out of the rocket into the space, the amount of excitement that you showed. Now I'm really, really enthralled to see how the finals are going to look like. Seems like a clash of the titans. I am getting a brief interception here. Just give me a moment. Okay. So it seems like we have a special training officer who will be visiting us today to educate us on the importance of value-based leadership. Special training officer Sadika Kebi is a corporate trainer and workshop designer. Sadika is known for her unique storytelling style. She is also a TEDx speaker and a member of the National Storytelling Network in the US. Sadika is a John Maxwell executive director and one of his licensed and certified coaches, speakers, trainers, and teachers. She's also the recipient of the 2020 John Maxwell Cultural Award for equipping others. She's also the author of 2 books. The first one is academic and is entitled The Temptations of Flesh in Madame Bovary and the Awakening. The second is a collection of 20 short stories entitled The Hidden Face of Shehzade. Sadika has also published 2 research essays, articles, and many short stories in diverse national and international magazines. In 2016, Sadika founded the NGO Kun Insan, which means being human, aiming to coexist, social cohesion, peace building, and bridging gaps between different political, social, and religious communities within Lebanon, mainly through storytelling. Based on her experience in public speaking and storytelling, Sadika noticed how titles and labels fade away and eventually disappear once a human heart is touched. Her NGO's mission is also to empower women and youth. Welcome, Officer Sadika, to the ground zero of Division B's battle. We are ready for a takeover from you. Before we move ahead, can you please let us know your preferences for the timing cards? At what time can we signal you so that our timers can note it down, please?
Well, I guess that I have 20 minutes. And I would like to pin my timer. Who's my timer? Timer 1 or timer 2? Timer 1. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So I guess you will be giving me the green light at 18, the yellow light at 19, and the red light at 20. Really? Right? Am I right?
Timer, do we copy?
Okay, great. And thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank you for having me today with you on your platform. It's been a while. And special thanks to Divya, who got in touch and got me here today. And another thing, I would love to congratulate the winners. All of you are winners, especially the ones who have gotten to that level. So it's a learning process, and congratulations for being here today. My story goes back to 2015 when I delivered a speech on the finals in District 20. At the time, we were one district and it was called District 20. And I found myself on that platform delivering a speech entitled The Great Wall of China, which was about forgiveness. It was my story with my father and how I lost him before actually forgiving him and forgiving myself, and how impactful that journey was on me, especially psychologically and mentally. That was a really tough journey to get there. But actually, when I delivered my speech in 2015, I was at a stage where I forgave my father. And I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know what was coming up for me, what is the journey that God was preparing. In 2017, I joined the John Maxwell team, and here I was in Orlando in that huge ballroom, conference room, where 4,000 people were there to get certified and become members of the John Maxwell team. And here was John standing on that stage, and his words still resonate with me until today. He said, "Transformation begins with me." Those words echoed around the room, and they really nestled deep into my heart. And I was looking at John at the stage. He seemed too small, but the words were so huge that the room couldn't contain them. And I started questioning, what does John mean by transformation begins with me? What does he mean? How can I be transformed? And then he started talking about his dream, which he started 7 years ago. He said, "It is true that I had a dream of having an international team of the John Maxwell certified mentors and coaches and spread them around the world and leave my legacy behind to those team members who can spread the word after my death. But the dream I am living now is transforming countries, a whole country. And this year we are going to transform Costa Rica. Who amongst you is ready to jump on that trip?" And he said something very important. You will not know anything until you get there. I'm not gonna give you any details. I'm gonna leave it as a surprise. Once you get to Costa Rica, you get all the details. And of course, he aroused the curiosity of 4,000 people in the room. And here I was, 2 months later, after the Maxwell conference, here I was in Costa Rica with 200 other 50 coaches of the John Maxwell team. And Divya, can you please move a slide? So shall I tell you? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, dear. So here's my badge in Transformation Costa Rica. Here we were, and the first thing we were introduced to is one of John Maxwell's partners, the Global Priority Solution, GPS as they know them. And GPS are the people who first started something called value-based leadership. And Maxwell believes that now, in the 21st century, there are no leaders. And what he always says, and he always states, that he is leadership sad. When we got introduced to GPS, they introduced us to the concept they have created 30 years ago. And this concept is based on values, and they believe that what happened around the world, or what got us disconnected in a way, is because we lost the essence of the human values and the essence of leadership values. They have developed a program of around 45 plus or around 50 values that a leader must have in order to lead. Amongst those values are attitude, listening, responsibility, self-esteem, and forgiveness. And this is when it resonated with me. Forgiveness. And again, the questions. Did I really forgive my father when I delivered that speech, because I truly believed at the time that writing your story, or the first step towards therapy, is writing the story. And when you visually see that story, it's no longer in your head and it's still enlarging in your head, it's on paper. It's right there, focused, defined, concise, written on the paper where you can read it. This was my first step towards therapy, in reading those words. And then I started reading those words aloud, and I started hearing them. So the next step towards my healing wasn't only the visual, it was also the audio. And after I heard the story many times, and of course there were lots of tears in the process, I told myself I need to start sharing my story. And I started sharing this amongst my close ones. And when I heard their feedback, I could adjust with my speech. I could adjust with my story. I started knowing what my audience wanted me to hear, to say. And I started knowing what my audience wanted to hear out of my story of forgiveness, because it wasn't only about Satika, it was also about her audience. How would I touch their heart? I have to bring them into my story. And then the huge healing happened on the stage of District 20 in 2015. And it was really the forgiveness, or the time where I forgave my father. But when I got to Costa Rica and they started talking about forgiveness, I realized that I didn't forgive myself. Please, one more slide, Divya. And then I realized that transformation begins with me. How would I transform other people if I cannot transform myself? How would I transform my community if I can't transform Sadiqa and I can't take her out of the grudge and the chains and the weight she's holding on her shoulders of never forgiving herself because her father passed away before she could ask him for forgiveness? And this is where I learned for the first time about value-driven leaders. And this is when I heard or learned also that those values can be implemented in every single aspect of our life, whether family, whether education, whether student life, whether government, whether business, whether community. Those values can be implemented everywhere. How can they be implemented? Tivia, please, one more. The method that Global Priority Solution has created is something called the round table. The best way to implement the round table is to have 5 to 10 people on that table where we can share one value and discuss it. But of course, when we are transforming a country, and when we went to Costa Rica and of course Guatemala and Paraguay, we went to many other countries with Maxwell, but my first experience was Costa Rica. We had a round table, for example, for 8,000 people, and we had round tables for 10 people, and we had round tables for 200, 300, 5 people sometimes, depending on the need of the country at the time. And the transformation starts with the president of the country until the smallest human being in the country. We literally invade the country. with those values. And Costa Rica in particular chose 16 values they wanted their people to be aware about. Especially among those I can name or list: attitude, listening, responsibility, work ethic, forgiveness, and many more. In the roundtable, what happens? There is something called the facilitator. We are no longer coaches. We are no longer trainers. We are no longer speakers. We are facilitators. We are part of the roundtable and we initiate the process. So it starts with me. This is why transformation begins with me. There is this text about the value which we read. And while reading, we ask our participants to underline the sentences that resonate with them. And of course, I always begin as a facilitator. After we finish reading, and we take turns in reading until we finish the text, within that text, we have the benefits of the value, we have the characteristics of the people who represent that value and implement that value, and we always also have the steps to follow in order to reach that value and implement it as we should in our daily life. So as a facilitator, it begins with me. I start reading and then the others follow. And then I share the sentence that resonated with me and I explain why. And I share a personal story to encourage my audience to speak and to encourage my participants to tell their stories as well. Once this done, and there is something very important, it's a two-way communication because I am equal to those people on the round table. And there's something very important. We create a safe space. Because once I state the sentence or I read the sentence that resonated with me and I say why, no one comments or no one gives an opinion, and it goes for everybody in the room. They just state the sentence, they say why it resonated, they say the story, and no one says anything. No judgment in the room. We are there to listen, only listen. And once we finish the process of reading and sharing the sentences, we move to something called the evaluation box. Can you move one slide, please, Divya? Okay. So we move to something called the evaluation box. And in that evaluation box, there's a scale from 1 to 10 where the participant has to give themselves a ratio among those numbers. How do they see themselves in forgiveness, for example? At the time, I rated myself a 3 because I knew that Sadiqa hasn't forgiven Sadiqa yet. So I gave myself a 3. The next question, you explain why you gave yourself that rating. And of course, I told you, I gave myself that rating because it still haunted me until I went to Costa Rica. The idea haunted me of not forgiving or asking my father for forgiveness before he passed away. It kept haunting me. I kept carrying this guilt along. So I gave myself a 3. And then another question is, what benefits would you get if you enhance your rate? And of course, you start noticing and realizing, if I am a 7 on forgiveness or I am an 8 on forgiveness, first of all, I would feel much better. Second, I can help others forgive themselves. I can be a helping hand for others. I can serve better in my community. I can have less stress in my life. I can control the stress I'm living in. And of course, many other benefits. And then another essential question is, who do you think in your surroundings or a person you know that models that value? And it is very important to help people think and reflect, who is the person around me who embodies that value? Because all of us need mentors in life. All of us need role models in order for us to improve, in order for us to see the role model in front of us and see that I can reach that potential if I follow in their steps. And the last question, which is, or the last, if you want, it's not a question, it's more of a statement that you have to write at the end of the value sharing. And that is, what is the action step that you will take and will enhance your rate in that value? And that action step, Maxwell says, it has to be specific, because if you give, if your goal is large, you will never do that. You will keep on postponing. You will push it. Tomorrow will come and you say, no, I don't have the time for that. Let me postpone and let me postpone. And then it will just dissolve and vanish and you wouldn't do it. So it's a tiny specific step which has to answer to the 5 W's and the H. And that means, what is your action? When will you do that action? Where will you do that action? With who will you do that action? And how will you do that action? And why will you do that action? And here you have to write one sentence, one statement. It has to be specific, concise, and right to the target. The next roundtable begins with the facilitator holding the participant accountable for the action they've taken. So before we start with another value on the roundtable, we ask the participants about the action they've done, if they completed it or they didn't complete it. And this is how transformation begins, step by step, tiny steps, tiny baby steps. Divya, can you please move on a bit, one slide? This is John in Costa Rica, and I want to share also with you the impact, the power. I will just give you an example of a little child of 8 years old whom I met in Paraguay. And by the way, Divya, you can go all through the slides while I'm talking. It's just to show the impact and the power of that movement, I will call it. A little child which 7 years ago started with the, 7 years ago, the movement of value-based leadership started in Paraguay. The little child I met last year was only 8 years old, and the values were implemented in her school. It became in the curriculum. This child stood up in the classroom, and she was only 8, and she said, my dream is to become a leader in order to create awareness amongst my peers on not stop ripping the books, because whenever it rains in Paraguay, we have streams and floods of water, and my classmates just rip their books and they make boats with those papers and they throw it down the stream. Imagine an 8-year-old stating that, and she said, I don't want people to rip their books because the knowledge is in those books. Personal growth is in those books. And if we want to change the world, we need to read. Thank you so much for having me today with you. And if you have any questions, if we have time for questions, I'm ready to answer. And as you've seen here, we went, all age groups were submitted to that values of the roundtables of value-based leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that powerful message. I'm very sure that everybody who has heard you is truly, truly very inspired. And Timer, do we have any time left for questions?
We have 5 more minutes, actually.
I have an announcement, and it's I'm sharing this with everybody, and I started this in Lebanon. The Global Priority Solutions, because of COVID, has offered us 6 values for free to deliver in our communities. If anybody is interested in roundtables, we're doing these on Zoom. If any of the Toastmasters community is interested in those, I'm happy to lead. And Divya, you can get in touch just to give you an idea about how a roundtable is conducted. I'll be more than happy and pleased to do that with you. So we have 6 free values to offer if anyone is interested. I'm ready for questions if there are any.
May I ask you a question, please?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I'm the timer one. I would like to take that session among that 6 just now you have mentioned. So whom do I need to give the name and the time and the link? To DTM Divya or to you?
Okay, so if you can get Divya, at a round table, we have to have 5 people minimum on the round table and 10 max. We can do more, but it will take more time. We limit it to 5 and 10 because we need to have it short, concise, and if we have 5 people, it takes like 30 minutes. If we have 10 people, it will take 1 hour. So if you can get other 4 people with you, we can start one. And you can please advise Divya about it. She'll get in touch and I'll get your names and we will take it from there.
Sure, I will.
My pleasure.
So Pooja, you can check on the time.
Yes, we actually have 2 more minutes. The chat is open and everybody is free to ask any questions to our wonderful keynote speaker before we move on to the finals.
Well, I guess everybody's hungry. Maybe they're having a bite.
We do have a question actually from our chair, Divya. How many roundtables have you conducted so far and which one touched you the most?
Okay, I lost count. Actually, it's more than 500, you can say now. And the one that touched me the most was the roundtable on forgiveness, because not one single time I've done the forgiveness that I've had at least 1 or 2 people taking action immediately on the spot. I had people finishing the roundtable and immediately picking up the phone and calling someone, or they came back the next week and they said, I sent an email, or I went to visit, or I've forgiven. One of them was like, I've forgiven my mother-in-law, and that was funny. That was so funny. Funny what happened, but it was amazing. It has this magic. And the second one comes is attitude. And attitude is also very, very, very powerful as well. So those 2 are my favorites, and the effect, the impact they have on people.
Obviously, brilliantly put, as was your entire speech. Keeping those 2 learnings and moving forward, highly motivated and remembering the lessons that we learned today. Here we are at the final countdown. I know this is the moment everybody's waited for. I'm super pumped and I'm excited to see everybody's enthusiasm as we really truly watch and witness the clash of the titans. Now, as we proceed to the final phase, we have with us somebody who, after 13 years of Toastmaster service, has become the mission leader of today, DTM Robin Anand, who recently made it its life's purpose to find and nurture social enterprises and champions who can lead the world to a better future, directly in connection to the value leadership keynote we just had. Will we in our finals find those two champions that the world needs and deserve? Most likely not, but he still wishes all of you best of luck. Now, mission leader DTM Robin Anand, I'm shifting the central controls over to you.
Thank you so much, MC Pooja, for those wonderful words. And I'm quite confident that all the people who are here debating will find a cause, and all the skills that they have gathered here will surely help them to serve the cause. Now, I personally feel that debate is one of the best ways to solve a civil problem. And I think all of us are making sure that our skills are enhanced competing, and especially spending an entire day of Friday debating is wonderful. I congratulate all the teams who did that, and especially all the members of these two finalist team. Congratulations for making it to the finals. Now I want to read something which I was really very impressed with. So just a minute. Yes. This is a quote by Mark Twain. He says, whenever you find yourself on the side of the majority, it's time to pause and reflect. How true is that? I think when we debate, that's when we look at the other perspective. So I believe that as debaters, if you do a good job, whether you win or do not win, you do a great service to all the audience who is watching by adding value to them, by uh, sharing the insights on a subject which they are interested in. So I think either ways, whoever wins today, I think both of you would have done a great job. Now, we would like to start the debate, but before that, most of the rules have been already shared with all of you, but still I would like to go through some of the key rules. First and foremost is the timing rule. I would like to quickly repeat. Timing will be indicated using the virtual backgrounds by the contest timers. We have two timers, the primary timer, timer 1, and backup timer, timer 2. Timer 2 will remain inactive and come into play only if timer 1 experiences technical difficulties. The timer will aid the opening and rebuttal speakers by displaying green at 2 minutes 30 seconds and yellow at 2 minutes 40 seconds and red at 3 minutes. For the closing speakers, green will be shown at 1 minute 30 seconds, yellow at 1 minute 40 seconds, and red at 2 minutes. During the debate, only the moderator, that is me, and the 6 contestants and 2 timers will have their videos on spotlight. Everyone else is requested to keep their videos switched off. All audience members should be on mute unless invited to speak. In case of any disconnections, a maximum of 1 minute grace period will be given for the contestant to join back and resume his or her speech from where they left. In case the contestant is unable to return within the allotted time of 1 minute, the backup speaker will have to speak on behalf of the speaker facing technical glitch, and only the remaining time will be provided to the backup speaker. A protest can be raised only by the contestants or the voting judges, and it must be lodged before the results of that round is announced. Protests can be raised only on the grounds of eligibility or personal accusation, attack, abusive language, or discriminatory remarks. In all the rounds, the chief judge's decision is final and no protest can be lodged once the results are announced. I hope the rules are clear to everybody. So now, are you all ready? Let us begin the debate on hand. between Team Tejas Club and Team Dubai Legends. And before we begin, can we have the permission from Chief Judge to start? DTM Gurbinder, are you there?
Mr. Moderator, please begin the final debate contest.
Thank you so much. So the final debate is going to be between Team Tejas and Team Dubai Legends. And now let me share the topic for the debate. The topic for the debate is customer satisfaction should be a priority over employee satisfaction in an organization. I repeat, customer satisfaction should be a priority over employee satisfaction in an organization. Let me quickly tell you about the teams and their speaking orders. Team Tejas will have the opening speaker, Toastmaster Anup Devan, rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Naam Hariharan, closing speaker, Toastmaster Biju Nair. The opposition team, which is Dubai Legends, will have the opening speaker, Toastmaster Sandipta, rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Hariharan, and closing speaker, Toastmaster Truth. So, are all the contestants ready? Are they visible on the screen? Can we have a confirmation? All of them are there. Do we see all of them? Yes, we see all of them. So good. Okay, Zoom Master, are we ready to start? Okay, great. So I think everybody is ready. Now timers ready? Yes, we can see both the timers. Can all the debaters see the timers? Can you just show your thumbs up? Okay, fantastic. Very good. So we are ready. So to start with, I would like to call the opening speaker from the proposition team, Toastmaster Anup Devan. Okay, Toastmaster Anup, I will give you a test sentence. You need to repeat that so that we are sure that your audio is clear and we can see you already. So the sentence is Division B, the place to be. Can you repeat?
Division B, the place to be.
Okay, fantastic. You are loud and clear and we can see you. So over to you, Toastmaster Anup Devan.
Thank you. Respected judges, fellow Toastmasters, a warm good evening. We are for the topic, customer satisfaction should be a priority over employee satisfaction in an organization. Amazon's spirit guide, promoter, and philosopher, Jeff Bezos once said, we are never competitor-based or obsessed. We are always customer-based and obsessed. We work in a backward workflow. We always work with our customer needs and then build the framework. Why Amazon and Jeff Bezos? Incorporated in on July 5th, 1994, as we speak, the share price is US dollars 3,101 per share. Yes, US dollars 3,101. And the market capitalization is 1.556 trillion US dollars. Yes, trillion. There cannot be anything more required to see the topic in perspective. Now, let's look at an organization that focused on employee satisfaction. Naming them would be a long drawn process and time consuming. Many have become dormant, many have become defunct, and many are not even on the face of the earth. All focused everywhere else except the customer. Our own Mahatma Gandhi said, a customer is the most important visitor on our premise. He is not dependent on us. We are dependent on him. He is not an interruption in our work. He is the purpose of it. It is so basic and simple. If a customer is not satisfied, what else does the organization do? Where is the buyer? Who pays for the price, the goods or the services? Richard Branson of the Virgin fame said, if you take care of your customers, they would take care of the employees. What a meaningful proposition. And let's not forget, we are talking about priority, not the only thing to do. Employees are not the purpose of the organization. They are part of the organization. In other words, the group of employees are the organization and their pure existence is to serve the customers. So the sole objective is to derive customer satisfaction. There is no captive markets anymore, no monopolies, no secrets. The only way to excel is to rope in more customers, more sales, and more reviews. A single dissatisfied customer in these days of social media and open network effect shall bring down the entire organization. We have the Kodaks falling down and many, many more. The reverse is also true. Every single satisfied customer is a living advertisement of the organization. In conclusion, I need to reiterate the basic facts. The topic is self-explanatory in itself. No customer satisfaction, no more customers. No more customers, no more organization. No more organization, no more employees. And many government-owned businesses once existed in many parts of the world are classic examples. I hope the House will agree with us on this, and so will our worthy opponents. And you are not trying to satisfy the listening customers today, right? Thank you so much. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster Anu. Now we will have 45 seconds for the judges to mark their ballots. So please maintain silence. Okay, now I would like to invite the opposition speaker, opening speaker from the opposition, Toastmaster Sindipta. Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, you're unmuted. Can you say the test sentence? Division B, the place to be.
Division B, the place to be.
Okay, you're loud and clear. Over to you, Toastmaster Sindipta.
To win in the marketplace, you must win at the workplace first. By Douglas Conant, successful American businessman and president and CEO of Campbell. Contest chair, fellow Toastmasters and guests, good evening. The motion on the floor today is customer satisfaction should be a priority over employee satisfaction. We, as a team, strongly stand against the motion, and I'll prove to you our stand with the following points. But before I do that, let me define the following terms. A customer, a person who buys goods and services from a business. An employee, a person employed on wages and salaries. And satisfaction, fulfillment of one's wishes, expectations, and needs. So what are we talking about? We are saying that a customer satisfaction is more important than an employee satisfaction. Now, let us look at research done by 5 major international HR survey companies. Now, Forbes report on May 2019 says employees are the driving factor behind customer satisfaction, because if employee satisfaction is achieved, they set a positive tone for the customer satisfaction. When employees are not happy with their interaction with the customers are also not happy. Robert Half, another major survey company, on 7th March 2020, as recent as that, say in their report Employee Efficiency Standard, says employees are the real assets of a company, even before customers, because they drive the productivity, profitability, and customer satisfaction. Harvard Business Review of November 2019 says 96% of employees believe that if they are happy, they will keep their customers happy. Work fills a large part of their life, they said, and hence it is important for us to keep our customers happy and ensure that the customers do not desert us. So if our organization keeps their employees happy, automatically the customers will be happy. Gallup survey conducted a report dated July 2020. They surveyed 1.4 million employees. 22% increase in productivity they found if they were treated well. Hayes Research, one of the largest in this business, says employee satisfaction is not a thing of the past, it's a thing of the present. In 2016, for example, 49% of companies conducted a survey, but this year, 2020, 53%, which is a growth of more than 300% this year. Therefore, Google, Facebook, Make My Trip, JLL, companies you name in the Fortune 500, they treat their employees as their prime assets. And because they treat their employees as prime assets, that is why they are successful in what they do today. Against the motion, I rest my case. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster Sindipta. Now we would have 45 seconds silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Okay, now I would like to invite the opposition team rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Hariharan. Can you unmute yourself, Toastmaster Hariharan? Okay. So can you say the test line, Division B, the place to be?
Division B, the place to be.
Fantastic. You are loud and clear. Over to you.
The way you treat your employees is the way they will treat your customers. You know who said this? It was by, or it is by, the world famous Richard Branson, the owner of Virgin Mobile or Virgin Airways. Ladies and gentlemen, that starts with the first point of fibbing by my famous worthy opponents. Contest chair, fellow Toastmasters, ladies and gentlemen, we as a team strongly stand against the motion that customer satisfaction should be a priority over employee satisfaction in an organization. Let me tell you what are the mistakes or the biggest blunders my worthy opponents have made and given this debate away to us. Number one, they started with stating Amazon is based on customer satisfaction. I must tell you, in the recent survey, it's live on my system now, by the Hays, the same group that conducts customer surveys, states in the month of June that Amazon is one of the best employee-friendly companies. Customers come later. Number two, you spoke about customers important. Who will keep them happy? If you keep your employees happy, they will all go away somewhere else. The best example of this was seen in the year 1998 when the famous fish philosophy was introduced. It is said to be a fish market in Pied Spice, Seattle, United States, wherein the most happiest customers are found. However, when the study was deeply studied, or when the case was deeply studied, they realized that it is the people who come to the fish market who enjoy their job. And that's when the entire quotation came in, work made fun gets done. Number three, you said very specifically that Kodak fell because they were not able to satisfy their customers. I must caution you here. Harvard Business Review has got an entire case study of the top 500 companies that have evaporated or vanished from the face of earth, not because, all of them were not because they did not focus on customers, because they never entertained new ideas and never went into product development. So product development is one of the key functions of employees. That is why you notice that when you buy an iPhone, it is to your satisfaction because it is used by somebody else. And those people give feedback to you stating what you could change in your product. Please try and understand. At the end of the day, when you quote Richard Branson, I just opened with this quote. Richard Branson still believes, I don't know when he believed, but he still believes now that customers are more important, or rather, in fact, employees are more important than customers. Therefore, it is very important for us to note that we are against this motion and employees are more important than customers. With that, I rest my case. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Hariharan. Now we'll have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Now I would like to invite the proposition team rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Naam Hariharan. Can you unmute yourself, please? Yes. And can you say the test sentence, Division B, the place to be?
Thank you, sir. Division B, the place to be.
You are loud and clear, so over to you.
Good evening, respected judges, moderators, and fellow Toastmasters, brothers and sisters. Customer satisfaction should be a priority. Should be a priority over employee satisfaction in an organization. It's so evident, so clear, so obvious to anyone who can see reason and understand as much as the sun rises in the east. Unfortunately, when we are forced to do certain things we don't like, when we are forced to take a stand we don't like, it shows. And our opponents kind of stretched, imaginative, laborious arguments really showed. If I may use a personal example, it's like spouses complimenting their partner's culinary expertise. But that's not the point. We need to look at each and every point that was raised here against the motion and try to refute them one by one. We heard the name of a company and the name of a businessman, and he would supposed to have said, to win, we have to win at the workplace first. This company is nowhere on Nasdaq 100, it's nowhere on Nasdaq 200, and the name of the gentleman is very rarely heard. Employees set a tone. I think which century are we living in? Employees are not setting the tone, hundreds of other things are setting the tone. It's the remote, it's the way of doing things, it's on the web, it's the way we interact that are setting the tone of the things. And the third argument was employees are the real assets. Great. Indian Railways have 1.23 million employees. Real asset. But you know what's happening today? Private trains are running on Indian Railways. Why? Should I say why? We all know the customer has never been satisfied at all. Then we get some data. And it is interesting to note that the years that was talked about was 2016 and 2019. Well, when you things looks in a vacuum, when you take things separately out of it, it looks very important to you. It's like saying somebody smoking has lived to a ripe old age of 85. That does not mean everybody who is 85 was smoking one day. So we need to look the things at perspective rather than take specific years. We need to look a period of years to see whether somebody has done good or bad. Google treats its employees well. Who says no? The question, the point, the subject of the topic is what must be the priority? The question is not, the subject is not, should employees be treated or should customers be satisfied? It's a question of prioritizing which comes first, which comes second. And this point is sadly given out. There were no clear names. There were no clear data. There were no anything put in pertinent to the whole topic that we are discussing today. I think I have to quote Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. It was irrelevant, immaterial, and incompetent.
Thank you, Toastmaster Nam Hariharan. We will have 45 seconds now for the judges. Okay, now it's time to invite the opposition team closing speaker, Toastmaster Ruth. Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, and can you repeat the test sentence? Division B, the place to be.
Division B, the place to be. Thank you.
Great. You're loud and clear. Over to you.
To win in the marketplace, you must first win the workplace. Douglas Conant. Contest chair, fellow Toastmasters and guests, good evening. We as a team strongly stand against the motion. Customer satisfaction should be a priority over employee satisfaction. And our opening speaker clearly highlighted a few very relevant and clear points to prove that. One, when employees are not happy at work, their interaction with customers always suffers. Quotes Forbes 2019, May 21st. Robert Half is a world-famous employees efficiency organization who declares employees are the real assets before even the customers, because they drive productivity and profitability and therefore customer satisfaction. 96% of employees believe that if they are happy, their customers will also be happy. Employees, please note. Fourth, a Gallup survey declared 22% higher productivity, where employee satisfaction was given more importance by surveying 1.4 million employees in 2019, last year. A Hayes research stated that in 2016, 49% of companies had a strong awareness of employee satisfaction. But the beauty is that that percentage is being increasing by 300% over the years. Our rebuttal speaker declared employees are more important than customers. The fish story is something that you all know, nothing fishy about it, and that was the point. Amazon is based on employee satisfaction, and Hayes declared that in June 2020 that they are the best employees. NPD, new product development, is important, and who does NPD but the employees? So what do you think, Toastmasters and guests? Can you believe that our customers can be satisfied with services if our employees are dissatisfied? Our productivity and profitability will improve if our employees render an excellent service.
Thank you, Toastmaster Ruth. We will have 45 seconds silence for the judges, please. I would now like to invite the proposition team closing speaker, Toastmaster Biju Nair. Can you please unmute yourself and repeat the test sentence? Division B, the place to be.
Division B is a place to be.
Great. You're loud and clear. Over to you.
A wonderful good evening to one and all in the house. Customer satisfaction should be a priority over employee satisfaction in an organization, and we as a team strongly support this motion. It is not the employer who pays the wages. The employer only handles it. It is the customer who paid, said Henry Ford. My opening speaker points were like a Beethoven symphony, extensive use of forceful marked points throughout his delivery. Let me rewind it for you. He started quoting the live and current example of Amazon spirit, Jeff Bezos. We are always a customer based and observes, and we work backward with the workflow. The result is it values the US dollars of around 3,110 per share and the market capitalization of the organization. He also pointed out those organizations that focus on employee satisfaction, many have become dominant. He also quoted Mahatma Gandhi, a customer is most important visitor in our premise, and he's not dependent on us, we are dependent upon him. And it is so basic and simple, isn't it? If a customer is not satisfied, what else does the organization do? Who is the buyer? Who pays the price for the goods and services? Richard Branson of Virgin fame said, if you take care of your customers, they would take care of your employees. What a meaningful proposition. My rebuttal speakers squash all points raised by the opponents who at one point of time even supported our argument. Big thanks to them. Quoted persons and organization is not in the list at all. He exposed the irrelevant and immaterial and incompetent arguments. Employees never set the tone. The example of Indian Railways. We need to look at things in higher perspectives, a bigger perspective over a period of time. No clear names and data. Let me compile my argument in one sentence. If no satisfied customer, no revenue, no chance of making your employees satisfied, and hence the priority is customer satisfaction. Let me reiterate, we need to assert and ensure that your customers are satisfied to make your employees satisfied, to make a relevant stand in our market. More the customer satisfaction, more your employee satisfaction, and more your business is, and then you survive. Otherwise, you become dominant in the history. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Biju. Now we will have 3 minutes of silence for the judges to mark their ballots and hand over the ballots to the chief judge. So please maintain silence. Thank you so much. Thank you for maintaining 3 minutes of silence. And this brings to conclusion Division B debate finals. I would like to request all of you to give a big round of applause to all the finalists here. And also a big round of applause to all of you who have joined us to cheer them and be part of this wonderful, wonderful debate contest. And a big thank you to the Division B debate organizing team for doing a wonderful, wonderful job, a flawless contest. Everybody enjoyed. And also for testing the moderators with this 3 minutes of silence where everybody seems to vanish except for the moderator. So thank you. I've learned something new today, how to maintain a somber face for 3 minutes. So thank you so much for this opportunity, Division B team. Back to you, MC Pooja.
Thank you so much, DTM Robin. Well, that was an exhilarating battle, and I have only this to say. It would be a dream to team up with either of the finalists and an absolute nightmare to go up against either of the finalists. Now, alas, it's time for me to resign for the day. I will miss you all truly. But I have things to achieve, more missions to fulfill, and dinner to eat. As I hand over this assignment back to my big boss, DTM Divya Raj, for the vote of thanks, here are my parting words. This is your cute, corrupt Captain Pooja signing off for the day. Peace.
Thank you to our cute, corrupt Captain Pooja. Please give her a huge round of applause. She really pumped up the energy after long hours of debate that we had earlier during the day and ended on a very high note. So thank you very much, Pooja, for chipping in and doing your bit. I would want to, good evening, everyone, and I would want to begin with a quote that says, "No one can whistle a symphony. It takes a whole orchestra to play it." And what we witnessed today was a testament of the fact that each and every role player who came together to organize this contest owned it up, not just owned up their own roles, they went far and beyond and reached out to others and helped them in accomplishing what needed to be accomplished. And that is why tonight we've had a contest that started on time and most likely will end on time, which I'm extremely, extremely happy about. Now, I am doing the vote of thanks, and I would like to begin with thanking the division director who gave me the opportunity to chair this contest. And not just him, the idea primarily came from the Division B PQD, Toastmaster Ajita Singh. Thank you so much, Ajita, for pushing me to take it up, and I'm glad I did. To our chief judges, one of whom, both of them are not here in the main room because they must be, the chief judge for finals would be doing the results in the breakout room. But both of them, as far as the topics was concerned, the briefing was concerned, everything, they did an impeccable job. And I hope the results have spoken for themselves. To our role players, beginning from the MCs, both Shanil and Pooja, what do I say? You set the screens on fire. To our Sergeant at Arms team, Toastmaster Najla and Toastmaster Rauf, thank you so much for assisting our Chief Zoom Master, the best in the business, Toastmaster Sharon and her team of Toastmaster Rohit and Toastmaster Ajita. To our brilliant moderators who articulated themselves very well, Toastmaster Sriram, Toastmaster Pragnya, Toastmaster Muniba, Toastmaster DTM Shanmugam, DTM Robin, DTM Rajiv, and Toastmaster Rahul. I think you all did a fine job with your debating roles. Am I forgetting anybody? The timers, how can I forget the timers? Toastmaster Anuradha and Toastmaster Debjani, I think you were spot on, and you're one of the reasons why we are here on time. And last but not the least, our two keynote speakers, DTM Muhammad Isa and DTM Sadika Kepi. I think what they brought to the table was extremely value-adding, giving us bits about value-based leadership and the art of storytelling. So it was a take-home message for all of us. I hope I have not missed out anybody. Yes, I have. To help me put these slides together, I got a lot of help from Toastmaster Hemant Jain from Division I, and also from Toastmaster Abdul Sattar from Division B. So thank you to both of you for assisting me with the slides. And if the chief, and oh, the last but not the least, the people who made this event possible, the debaters. I think the amount of preparation, commitment that they have shown tonight supersedes everything else. And to you, the audience, without whom the event would not be what it has been. So all in all, I am extremely humbled, gratified, thankful, and happy that we concluded the finals of Division B-ICDC with a lot of style. So if the chief judge is back in the room, then I would thank you all and pass on the screen to him. I don't know if he's back in the room.
I am right here next to you, madam.
Okay, sir, then you got to tell me the final, the winner, so that I can do the certificate quickly,
I
and
already
then you
sent
can
it
do
to
the
you
announcement.
5 minutes ago while you were thanking everybody. So it's in your
Okay.
WhatsApp.
Yeah, I will just check it. Thank you so much. And DTM Gurbinder, over to you for your talk, biryani, food, whatever.
I'll wait for you to prepare the certificate before I announce.
Yes, if you can just give me 10 seconds, I just need to type the name, that's all. Yeah.
Wow. You can type it now. Please carry on. Thank you, everybody. Good evening. This was a fun-filled day. I'm sure everybody had a good time. While everybody has been thanked here, let me also thank Division B and Divya for inviting me over to be a chief judge in a debate. It's the safest position to be in a debate as a chief judge, because you are not speaking for, you are not speaking against, you are just keeping quiet. And the Zoom master does a fabulous job by switching off your camera and the mic also, so you're perfectly fine wherever you are. I had a good time in the semifinals and finals today, and now it's going to be within the next 5 seconds. The certificate will be ready and we will announce the winner. But that's just the winner of the finals. There have been so many beautiful winners, and the winner of the finals for Division B debate contest is, drums rolling, Dubai Legends Toastmasters. All the best to Dubai Legends, and well done, Team Tigers, as well. Fabulous contest, good arguments. Thank you for participating with full preparation. Back to you, Madam Toastmaster Divya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, I will hand it over to our division director to finally close the event for tonight.
Good evening, all, once again. We saw 8 strong debate teams today proving their mettle with precision, sharp points and equally strong rebuttals. Today, everyone were winners, I would say. But as a rule of the game, we have to choose a winner and a runner-up based on their performance today. So my hearty congratulations to both Legends and Tejas for coming up to the finals, and for Legends to get this coveted Division B debate contest champion title. Thank you from bottom of my heart. We saw today a manifestation of teamwork. All I can say is thank you from the entire Division B for such a wonderful session or a contest today. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our patrons, which is our members, for being with us all through this while, from 2 o'clock till all this 7:30. With this, I would like to officially close this meeting or this contest. Now, you can stay online to share your feedbacks on this contest. Thank you. You can unmute and share your feedback, please.
Divya, 7:29 closed, 1 minute before.
Can I request everyone to take one